Do you guys want to hear about my time in Japan? My time in Japan. Okay, let me slideshow this. I have not practiced this, but we're gonna. There's gonna be a lot of stories. This might literally just be like a 3-hour just chatting stream. So I hope you enjoy. Grab your popcorn, strap in. We got so many stories for me to tell you because it's crazy, and it is some of the most fun that I've had in my life. So here we go. Is this? Let's start with this. All right. My time in Japan. I hope you enjoy. So initially, I wanted to go to Japan. For this is an idea that I've had for a while. If you guys don't know, I lived in Japan for 2 years when I was very young. And then about 15 years later, I visited once again with my family. And then I've wanted to go on a vacation without my family for a while. There's I don't know. I've always gone on vacations with my family. It's just happened throughout my entire life, and I've never had like a real, actual a vacation with just my friends. And I've been floating this around several times over the course of like several years, but it never materialized into anything. And then I get a text from Doug, and he's like, "Hey man, do you want to go to Japan?" And I say, "Yeah," fully not expecting this to get out of the group chat, right? Because like, the rarity of like plans actually leaving the digital space is not something that happens very often, if at all, right? It never leaves the group chat. "Hey guys, we should start a business together." It doesn't. No. That's not going to work. "Hey guys, we should go to the park on Sunday." "Oh, Sunday doesn't work? How about 7 months from now?" So I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Brings in Failboat. I'm like, "Hell yeah, let's bring in Dan." And brings in Parkster as well. Oh, this is going to be great. I cannot wait. But sure, it's like several months down the line. Doesn't work. Whatever. It'll be fine. Turns out, it actually does end up happening. Like, we actually end up... Oh, hey, when let's actually lock down these dates. Okay, cool. Let's actually lock down these times. Okay, cool. Hey, what about play flights? Cool. Hey, I got all of these hotels. Just a list of them. Let's do that. Oh, let's go on a call. Okay. Sure. Let's do a call. Why don't we go to Tokyo for these dates, and then we go to Kyoto, and then we go back to Tokyo. Okay, cool. And then the plan fully materializes. Unfortunately, Parkster was not able to fully join us. He had some other obligations and stuff, so we did lose a member to the planning stage in the group chat. But 3 of us made it. 3 of us made it. And we end up actually booking our flights and booking our hotels to go to Japan. Now, I don't have a ton of pictures about the flight and everything because I fell asleep. I fell asleep. But I will say, I also read my Elantris book, Brandon Sanderson. As you can see, it's been very worn and torn. But I actually genuinely read Elantris. I finally have gotten back to actually reading, and I made it all the way. Great, right? Next slide. My time in Japan. Next slide, right? So I end up, going to the hotel room. It is a 17-hour difference. Okay? 17-hour difference. So or 16-hour difference. The difference is significant. It's like an extra day out, and it's like 7 hours in advance. So right now it is 2 p.m. Pacific time, which means that it is 9 p.m. Or wait, no, it's backwards. So it would be 8 a.m. No, I can't do math properly. 7 a.m. It'd be 7 a.m. in Japan right now. Be 7 a.m. in Japan right now. So I land there pretty much midday in Japan. And it is nighttime, like way past nighttime in Pacific. So I'm like, okay, all right. Use every degenerate skill that I've ever had in my entire life and stay up for an extra like 8 hours. Like an extra 8 hours. Dude, jet lag sucks. Jet lag is the worst. I had to like rally, but it wasn't like enough time where I wanted to drink coffee. Because at this point, I've already chugged like 3-4 different bottles of coffee. Not something I want to like continue doing, right? So I just try to stay up. And eventually, you know, I text Connor. I'm like, hey, I'm here in Japan. As you can see, it is bright out still. I'm like, hey. And he's like, I'm busy. I'm busy right now. But later, I can grab dinner. I end up canceling plans with Connor because I'm like, I'm too tired. But he's like, don't be a bitch. And I was like, fuck. He's like, I'm going to Shibuya right now. Sorry, I'm going to Shinjuku right now. I'll meet you there for dinner. And also, not only am I going to meet you for dinner, when Doug comes, we're going to have dinner with him too. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, yep, definitely. I'm rallying. So we ended up going to this izakaya, which is like it's like a bar. An izakaya in Japan is a bar, but also serves food. It's kind of like a hangout kind of place, you know? No, it's not an isekai. That's different. I was reborn in a different country. And that's, you know, that's my time in Japan. And we ended up having just a fun time. And what I learned, though, is Doug knows a lot more Japanese than I thought. I come here being like, I'm just going to figure shit out when I get here. I have done the absolute minimal amount of work learning a different language. The only thing I knew, was like the typical arigato or konnichiwa. Watashi wa Eric, you know? It's like the same. It gives the same things of like, Sumo-san, watashi wa Barbara Worcestershire, right? It's like it's the same fucking thing. But I realized that Doug is actually like kind of conversational Japanese. He's asking Connor of a whole bunch of questions of like, okay, how do I like order water? How do I get this? How do I like, if I'm in this scenario, what do I say? And I'm like, wow, I should have put some more work into any of this. Like, and then it dawns on me as well. I know we're staring at this one image, right? Here's another image of my actual view. It's really pretty. Clear skies and everything, right? But like genuinely, it comes to my realization that I get a little bit peeved, a little bit frustrated with my parents. And you might be like, PointCrow, why? Why your parents? Because I lived in Japan for 2 years when I was very young. Very, very young. I lived in Japan for 2 years. And I went to a preschool where I was learning English, but also Japanese. So genuinely, I started growing up learning, like being bilingual. in both. And that's just fantastic. Like but then for some reason, we never continued. We moved back to the States, and then we never continued learning Japanese. So that's just gone from my life. And I'm like, excuse me, family. I could have used that a lot right now. That would have been such a cool thing to pull out of my ass, you know? Being like, oh, by the way, I know everything. Like, the only other language I know now is, like, high school Spanish. Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Like, how is that going to help me here? There have been so many times where I'm, like, trying to learn a little bit of this, you know, where, like, for example, I'll be like, okay, I need to take off my shoes. How do I say that in Japanese? And I'll say, like, how about, take off, zapatos. And I'm like, fuck, that's Spanish again. It's like, God damn it. Or someone would be like, oh, how many is that? Uno. No, fuck. That's, no. Dos. Shit. San. I mean, that's 3, you know, is, God damn it. So, like, it kept like, making my way into, because I over the course of this trip, I'm, like, learning very broken Japanese, like, attempting to, like, actually be able to order something or do something else or conversate enough to get around. And then I end up not knowing the word in Japanese, but then knowing the word in Spanish. So it was just really just crazy. Anyways, the other thing I learned is that there's a lot of borrowed words in Japan. Like a lot of borrowed words. Like latte, right? Like if you're like, I want a latte. You don't say, you can say latte, right? But they won't understand. Yeah, it's katakana. But they won't understand. So you have to say it in like a Japanese dialect, like an accent. And it sounds not great, right? Like it's a latte. And I don't know, I can't do it properly, but it sounds not. Do you understand? I'm like, it sounds not okay. Where like you have to say it in a different tone, and you're like, no. Like they genuinely won't. If you say latte, they won't actually understand. You have to say latte. You know, it's different. There's other words that'll like come up where I'll just like remember it. Where if you say like hotel, like no, it's hoteru. It's like okay, it's hoteru. It doesn't sound. It sounds like I'm making up Japanese, but it's real. You'll sound racist doing it, but that's genuinely how you speak, because that's how you speak katakana, right? And so it got a lot of like I had to get used to that, being like, no, it's all good, yeah, it's the way you sound correct, and my R is very strong. It should be more of like a top of the roof of my mouth. Yo, what's going on, Prime Gen? We are on slide 2. I'm yapping today. Welcome in. I hope you were doing well, man. Hey, winner, what's going on, Chicken Dinner? Thanks for the 3 months, my guy. Thanks for the raid as well. Chat, if you guys want somebody who also yaps a lot and is a pro programmer, one of the funniest people I know as well, go follow Primogen. He's pretty cool. He's pretty neat, if I say so myself. I'm currently recalling my trip to Japan. Right, this is actually slide 3. Yeah, you're not wrong. But yeah, go follow Primogen. If you guys join in, this is my first stream back in 3 years. 3 years, exactly. It's definitely not 3 weeks, but it feels like 3 years. Winner, when can I take you out to chicken dinner? Oh, hello. You want to hang out early at Open Sauce and come early? Oh, hell yeah. DM me, or I'll DM you. We'll figure it out. Pia, thanks for the 25 gifted as well. Thanks for all the subs, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I was gone for like half a year. Anyways, let's continue. So I learned this about the Japanese language, and I'm like, wow, okay, I really want to learn more. And there's so many small things. Like it's a very contextual language. Like if you say like if you say like mizu, like you don't say mizu, that's water. But like it can mean general water, not like water, right? Omizu is a little bit different, but it's also different from like it's like it's a different word. There's so many different words for water. It's crazy, and you're like, I want water. Yeah, English is a fucked language. You know, because you realize English, you have no context at all. You're like, I want water. And you can mean water from a stream. You could do water from a river, ocean water, salt water, regular. Like, it could be water, anything. It's just water. And the way you pronounce it as well, right? Japanese alliteration is very... there's no weird pronunciations or too much in Japanese. If you see something spelled watashi, that's how you just say it how it sounds, like it's spelled out, right? In English, you can just say two or two, and they mean completely different things. And spelled, it's there, you know? Everything is just odd. So I'm just so sorry for anybody learning English. I've realized this. We have absolutely just ruined language. So anyways, over the course of this entire trip, I like learned broken Japanese, and I want to actually learn more when I go back, because I want to go back. Anyways, so you also notice that all of these images are going to be cropped weirdly, and I think it's just I think it's beauty. Okay, so I just want to, it's part of the style. So this is next day. Doug and I are chilling because Failboat hasn't actually flown into Japan yet. He had a little bit day later. Yeah, we have two cue balls here. We have Alex and we have Doug. So Doug is the bald guy on the left, and Alex is the bald guy on the right. And Alex, is awesome. Let me just rant a little bit about this man right here, because I love him to death and back, right? I had plans when I went to Japan. I was like, I have a couple things that I really want to do. One of them being I want to see Connor, I want to see Pete, and I want to see Alex because he's just an incredible guy, and I really want to hang out with him. And we hung out with Alex, I think half, 7 or 8 of the 14 days. Just all day. He took time off of his stream. He has 2 children and a wife. And he was like, hey, honey, I appreciate you, but I got to hang out with the boys. And so he brought us to a ton of fantastic food spots. So you'll see over the course of this PowerPoint all of the different places that he brought us for food. And I will not be able to name all of the foods or anything, right? Yeah, that's my number one Alex right there. But he brought us everywhere. He was able to translate things too when because Doug's conversational Japanese was mainly for food. His strategy for learning Japanese was how do I get food? How do I order things? He's like, I know what the Japanese is for. It's I want this one. What's your recommendation? Can I have water? Right? But if you're trying to call a taxi or something, right? Or he can't do the typical things that you'll learn in Duolingo or something. I'm gonna mail something through the post office. No. He's I don't need to know this. I'm gonna learn just the priority thing of getting around, and that's a really smart way. So Doug was able to get us around and help us with food and stuff. But then Alex was just integral for things. For example, we went to an onsen much later in the trip. Spoilers. And Alex was able to help us out through a bunch of things because, for example, I wasn't allowed to go in. We'll get to that later. Anyways, he had us try this food, which is I don't know what it's called. I forget what it's called. But yeah, some of you guys guessed it up here. But basically, it's a weird as cheese. There's some fish eggs I think in this. It's just like there's like onions and stuff. But then what you do is like you put it on like a grill and it cooks. It's okonomiyaki. Thank you. That's what it's called. And it was really fucking good. Spoiler alert, a lot of this is going to end with, this was really, really good. I was, there's a lot of things where I was like, I'm just concerned about eating this, but I just know it's just fantastic. I will say the worst thing that I had in Japan was the best thing I've had in Los Angeles. Like, oh my God, it is ruined food for me. Before I left, by the way, I want to let you guys know this. Before I left for Japan, I was hanging out with some friends. And they're like, yo, like a new place recently in LA just opened up. We should go grab some dinner there. It'll be great. And we'll grab dinner when you get back from Japan. What food is it? Oh, it's Japanese food. Oh, maybe we wait several months to actually go to that new Japanese restaurant. Never mind. Because you're just gonna not like the food. It's just not gonna. It's ruined food for me in general. So, anyways, day 2. It's loosely, I forget some days and all this stuff, but we went to Nakano, right? And it's so pretty. So Nakano is like the older sort of Akihabara. That's what's been told to me. But it is kind of just shopping, mall, electronics, and everything. But you'll also see this. Everything is just gorgeous in Japan. Everything. It's just fantastic. This is Nakano Broadway. And then these are like sort of like the back-ish more alleys of Nakano. And the thing that is just crazy to me is that you'll get like Japan's super 3D. It's 3-dimensional. You walk down a street and you're not looking at like right and left where are these stores. You're looking up as well. Like the second floor of a building might be a spa, and then the third floor might be a pachinko parlor, and then the fourth floor maybe a card shop. And it's like maybe the spa is not busy, but like the fourth floor is busy because everyone wants the card shop. It's just so much, and also the power lines and everything. It's just really kind of cool. We found a girls bar while walking through Nakano that just stole the Friends logo. So that's just cool. I was like, I wonder if that's... We did not go in, chat. Yeah, a girls bar. Yeah, it's... we didn't go inside because it was a bar for girls, right? That's like if you're only allowed in if you're a girl. That's what that means, right? It's like no boys allowed. No, it was closed, and I have no desire to go into a girls bar. I don't know what. It's like it's the same thing where I'm like, I don't understand strip clubs. Why would you pay to get blue balled? I don't understand it. I just don't get the appeal ever, It just feels like it just feels weird. That was cool. This was another view from the hotel room, which is kind of so cool because we're staying in Shinjuku, and this is Fuji in the background. Right? This like permeated the entire trip. So many beautiful, gorgeous views with a sunset, clear skies, and yeah, I mean Fuji's in the background. Why not Shibuya? It didn't feel like it. Shinjuku, I think, was like the best call, but we ended up visiting Shibuya later. Akihabara is another day that we went to, and guys, this was a wild day because this is I think like day 2, day 3, but just fantastic. Because Alex joined us once again and brought us to this like teppanyaki tempura kind of place, and it's literally just some of the best tempura I've had ever. Just casually, oh hey, I found the spot. You want to go? Oh yeah, let me check it out. Oh god. Oh. Like I'm just like looking at this again, and it's just so good. Failboat is not missing anymore. Failboat's sitting right next to me. Failboat ended up flying in and had a great time. We all took business class flights because, guys, if you ever have to spend money going overseas and you have the disposable income, it is worth it. I'm telling you right now. Obviously, you have to buy your flights a lot in advance because, you know, it's a lot of money. But, like, it is so worth it because you get a bed. Like, you get a bed on the plane. And then you don't get jet lagged because you can sleep on the plane. It is so nice. And you can just, like, lie down and, like, watch movies. Just, like, in your own... You have a cubicle. You have a cubicle... like for your flight. It's crazy. The other thing is like I literally physically cannot sleep in like economy. So I was like, if I'm gonna enjoy my vacation, I'm going to try to not be jet lagged for a couple days, you know? Literally all of us were in agreement that flying business class to Japan ruined flights for us. Because fuck if I'm gonna go back to Japan and not take business class anymore. Like I can't like not like I'm like shit. Like I gotta like now take business class every time I go overseas. I ended up talking to like Connor about this as well. And I'm like, hey man, like this is gonna be a problem. And he's like, no, it's worth it though. He's like, no, it's like actually worth it. So, I'll probably be going back to Japan sometime next year because I think it'll be really fun to go with friends again. And if there's an extra sponsor this year, I'll be real. I'll be honest. It's for the flight. You know what? There's no shame in it. There's no shame in it. If you see a sponsor, you'll be like, hey, I hope you enjoy Japan, King. Or if there's an extra video or two, you know. Which, since we're basically starting a second channel of now what I guess we're calling it Crow Point. Or P-Crow or Dotbird, one of the three. That's also probably that, you know. This is me in Akihabara. I soy jacking, being like, whoa, this is sick. Because it's just, there's so much. Genuinely, it is just an affront on your senses because there are, like, the coolest thing about all of what I've seen in Japan is that there is no rhyme or reason, no organization for branding. Like, there's no central font or size of font. It's just, hey, you know, we're gonna slap things. Not even language. Yeah, they got outlet right here in English, and then just Japanese underneath. Right? They got a mixture of the alphabet and also kanji, and it's like, all right, I guess we're doing this. So yep, that's me. Being like, I'm here because Akihabara is well, it's like the weeb capital of Tokyo. So, yep. That was pretty cool. I didn't get anything around this first time. But we actually, at the very end of the trip, we had a day specifically for buying things. Where we're like, hey, we're here for 14 days. On day 13, we're going to just go around to different places around Tokyo, and then we're going to buy the things that we wanted. A little shopping day to bring stuff back. Things for my sister, things for some friends, things for me, you know, and just do that. So, We got, once again, insane things. A creme brulee donut. While we are walking, we see this right outside the station. And we see this creme brulee donut. Alex spots it. And he's like, I don't know, guys. I don't want to hold you up. And we're like, no, we're trying this now. I want this. It's not a you thing anymore. I want to try this thing. Dude, it is a donut with custard filling. And like it's like a sugary glaze that's been like slightly charred. Oh my god! I will tell you, it had a little crunch. It was beautiful. I will say, it was so good that I mean this in the best way possible. I felt like shit later that day. Like it was so sugary and so good that I was like, oh, ooh, God. It made me a little like lightheaded, you know, at the very end. And that's how you know it was amazing. The donut come down, exactly. So yeah, the creme brulee donut, actually just fantastic. This was also another thing. So we had to go grab some. The big impending thing at the beginning of the trip was that we had a stream day. We'll get to that in a sec. But in order to get a lot of... we needed a couple things for the stream. A couple production pieces of gear. And so we end up in Akihabara going to a technology store. Dude. This was the tripod section of the store. There's a tripod. It had every single piece of technology. This store had every technology piece known to man. Like, you wanted CPUs? Add CPUs. You want cameras? Cameras. Disposable cameras? Cameras. Right? You want a tripod? It had a tripod, I kid you not, at every single inch. Every single half-inch size of tripod that you wanted. It had tripods specifically for phones, for giant cameras, for small cameras, for antique cameras. Every tripod that you would ever... And there's a whole other section way over here that I was not able to take a picture of. Yeah, it was that big camera here. Insane. And, like, ridiculous. And I was like, I was just overwhelmed by the amount of options. We ended up getting a tripod for the stream. Because all of us wanted to do at least, like, one stream or two from Japan. Tax write-off, you know? Consider... Maybe one of the reasons why I'm actually telling you guys this for the PowerPoint is so I can write the entire and don't... I mean, my tax guy is probably going to be like, PointCrow, you can't do that. But, like, don't worry. It's all a joke. And the entire trip, you know, is just for today's stream. So it's a tax write-off. Yep. So, you know, yep, that's vacation. It's actually a business trip. And I was networking with people while I was there, and I did a stream from there, and that's why. Right, chat? Yes or no? Was I pretend I'm the IRS. Was this trip for business, chat? Ah, wow. Hey, thanks, guys. If I'm ever needing to like hide a body and I need to know where to put it and I need someone to keep quiet, I'll let you guys know, okay? Thanks. You guys can be my partners here. Like you guys wouldn't snitch, right? Snitches get stitches. You know what? I trust you guys. Anyways, really cool. The other thing here is I took this picture because I sent this to Sucrose, my VTuber thumbnail artist and VOD channel manager. And I was like, do you know any of these guys? She did, actually. So that was really funny. The other thing that I learned, VTubers are huge in Japan. Like, genuinely... like enormous, bigger than some celebrities here, which was just actually kind of a culture shock because they were everywhere, just on billboards being like, hey, I promote this skincare thing. And I'm like, you're a VTuber. You can't put that on your skin. What, you don't have skin. But like it genuinely everywhere were VTubers. It was insane. And it reminded me, I was like, dude, imagine if you take like, it was kind of like, you know, the meme of like, what if you took a smartphone and gave it to a Victorian child? It reminded me of like, what if I took like a cowboy from the deep south and put him in Akihabara? Like, what would happen? Like, what would... I feel like that's actually equivalent. Like, it's just... Everyone who was, like, dogging on, like, Iron Mouse for the subathon stuff, of, like, I don't understand what this VTuber is. Who would want to watch this? I'm like, yo... Like, that's crazy, right? So that was another like kind of like culture shock kind of deal, you know. So yeah, just super interesting there. This was Dan finding his love in Kirby. This is, I think there's another one of, no, okay. This is Dan. Oh, we're going, here we go. This is Dan with his love is Kirby. We have plans for this later, but found that. The other thing is, dude, we went to another store in Akihabara, and dude, I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't buy this. I should have. I might go back next year and actually go back and buy it. But I found this fishing attachment for a Nintendo Switch, like a Joy-Con fishing attachment, and I don't know why I didn't buy it. It was a legitimate missed opportunity. Like, it's literally a fishing attachment. You put it in you reel. You hold it down here and you reel the actual Joy-Con. It's a steal at 2,780 yen. Here's the other thing about Japan. Let me see if I can like... Yeah, here's the other thing about Japan. So, the dollar versus the yen is super strong. So a couple years back, you could directly do 100 yen is equal to $1. It was actually really simple. 100 yen is about $1. So if you see right here, this is 2,780 yen, which would mean that this is $27.80. As of recently, for global politics, a whole bunch of things, you know, all this, 100 yen is about 64 cents, which means you have almost like an extra 50% buying power, or almost double buying power, with your dollar. So if you are living like a king, you know, over here. So rather than like $30 that this would be, it'd be at like 20-ish, you know? So it's actually like incredibly cheap. You'll see later. But I bought a bowl of ramen for about 800 yen, which $8 in previous is crazy. That's already crazy for a bowl of ramen. But if you take that $8, it's more like $5, maybe $6, $5.50 in the US for a bowl of ramen. In some of the best ramen I've ever had. Versus in LA, that would be like $18. Just $18. The amount of scams that we are getting in the US is actually just crazy. Like, genuinely insane. So yeah, the other attachment I found was the Game of Life for the Nintendo Switch. I don't understand this one either. I don't get it. like they have, like, it was the spinner for the Game of Life, and you just attach the Joy-Con. I also did. I'm going to go back literally just to buy this. I need to get it. It is one of my biggest regrets. I was showing a friend of mine like a bunch of pictures of my Japan trip. We stopped by like these two, and he asked, why the fuck did you not buy these? And I was like, I should have. I'm so sorry. But yeah, it's literally the game of life. This one was a little bit more expensive, but yeah. Anyways, so yeah, this was the place we went. It was called like a Trader 2 or something, and I thought it was really neat actually, because the place that we found all these things. No, it wasn't Don Quixote. That's later. But it was really cool because they had different floors, right? Where the second floor was like Sony games, Microsoft games, and all this stuff. Like vintage cool stuff. Third floor was like figurines. Fourth floor was like Gundam models, you know. Fifth floor was like Hatsune Miku. And then like I think first floor was like Switch games and stuff like this, right? And I was stoked because this was just like a cool place to go. You could go up different levels and get different things. It wasn't like a huge spot, but they had a bunch of different vintage things and also newer aged stuff to get. And so then I look at the sixth floor and I'm like, wow, as you can see there in the top, it says PC games. Yes, I play those. I love PC games. I'm like, dude, I wonder like if there's some cool like Japanese PC games that I could buy. I'm so excited. I've recently been really into Balatro. And I mean, I play Slay the Spire, FTL, roguelikes all the time, Risk of Rain 2. I mean, you've seen my Elden Ring gameplay. Like, this is what I do for a living is PC games. And some Switch games. And we already saw the Switch game stuff. So we end up making our way over from the fifth floor. And I see PC games, and I don't have a second thought. And I'm like, all right, let's go up to the sixth floor. So we start walking up the stairwell from the fifth floor to the sixth floor. And there's a bunch of advertisements in the stairwell on the way up. It's a very small place. And we turn the corner for the stairwell. And titties. The biggest honkers. Absolute badonking, like, giant milking, like, just huge spherical yabadoos. Okay? Just right in your face. And I'm like, wow, that's just a lot. But, you know, hey, at this point, we're in Japan. We've seen this before. There's like we saw the VTubers and stuff. I'm like, all right, you know, interesting. Maybe there's like a PC game about that, right? And you might be like, PointCrow, the red must tip you off here. And I thought red just stood for PC games. But we turn another corner, and now the bikini that this woman had was no longer on, and she was. I was like, wow, and she seems to be working out. Cool. Oh, that's not sweat. Oh, that's. Oh, okay. And so we step into the place, and it's covered. I should read more. It's covered in like hentai and adult comics, and the red does not stand for PC games. The red is for like adult 18 plus, like just full on. And I'm like, oh no. There is a video that Dan took of him being like, hey, Eric, you wanted to go find some PC games, right? And of me walking in there aghast with the amount of things that were penetrating, pun intended, my eyes at that moment. Now, you might be like, PointCrow, we really want to see this video. The thing is, guys, I can't show you. Like, you just have to imagine it. I can't get, like, I would get banned frame 1. It was bad. It was like insane. We need the video censored? Yeah. I can show you what the video looked like censored if you guys want. Yeah, so that's me right there. Okay, and then I'm walking up the stairwell right here. Philboat's laughing. Look at him. Oh, he's laughing. Yeah, right. And then I'm literally just like, I'm like looking back at the camera and I'm like, oh my God, Philboat, right? Like, oh God. Like, it's just like, oh, I swear I can't be here. We get like, yeah. And then we're walking down the aisle right here. Yeah. And then we see, dude, that one, that picture, that was crazy. That one, insane. Oh my God. And we like properly like move out right as we're laughing. Oh, it's so funny, man. Oh God. So that was the video. Censored, of course, you know. Life-changing even. Anyways, so here's us walking down we go back to Shinjuku, and yeah, we're just like kind of just like walking around. This is the thing that I'm talking about where it's like you'll have like 6th floor, I don't know what this says, or like 5th floor up here. You'll just like have advertisements of like, hey, if you go in the stairwell to the side, then like this is what's showing there. Really, really cool. We end up going to this one omurice place. We end up going to this one omurice place, and one of my goals of going to Japan, personally at least, was I wanted to try American food. Like someone genuinely trying to recreate classic American, like burger, bread, chilled corn, you know, just in Japan. Because I'm curious other cultures' takes on our very young and limited culture in America, you know. I wanted to see like the old barbecue kind of deal. Yeah, it's really not that difficult to recreate. But it was one of my things that I really, really wanted to do. So we ended up going to this one place, and turns out it is literally like, we ended up going here again. Spoiler, because the bread here was some of the best bread that, well, I guess Doug and Alex and Dan really. I thought it was okay, but Doug ordered so much bread. We'll get to that later. But this is what it kind of like looked like, right? We got the bread right here. We have just a potato, some salad, and omurice with ketchup. And this was just the place we went to. So it's actually really, really good food. Genuinely, I know I'm kind of dogging on the presentation here, but like it's amazing. Fuck yeah, potato. Actually, my favorite part of the dish here was the potato. It was really, really good. If you don't know what omurice is, it's kind of like a weird omelet mix that's not totally of a cooked omelet, and it's kind of with some rice underneath sometimes, or like with it. Kind of varies. It's like, yeah, an undercooked gooey omelet is, I guess, the best way you kind of like put it. Really, really great. Yeah. Okay. So, strap in because we got a story here of what happened afterwards. So, this is, Alex ends up having to, it's pretty late after this. Alex has to go take the train, to go back to, where he lives. And so then Doug, Dan, and I just kind of chill in Shinjuku and just kind of start walking around. And we end up going to this place. Which is a crane game floor of a building. And we're like, hey, you know what? We're in Japan. Fuck it. Let's try some crane games. Dude. If we knew what was going to happen when we walked into that crane game arena, I don't know. I don't know if we would have done anything else. But it was just the most fantastic time. This is like day 3, day 4 of Japan. Still like not too sure of what to kind of expect. But I'll put it like this. This is where we're at with our Japanese knowledge. I love Failboat for this. We end up playing the crane games. Actually, let me start from the beginning of this. Dan sees this Esper. in the crane game. So we end up, spending about $10 each, 1,000 yen. We're gonna, actually $6. So we put 1,000 yen in, get our stuff, and we're like, all right, let's test out some of these crane games, just see how it is. Dan's like, I gotta get this Esper. He gets locked in. He's like, we need to get this Esper. I want this thing really badly. We're like, all right, sure, sure. He tries a couple times with the claw. It doesn't end up working. It does the typical claw game thing where it lifts the Esper up and then it kind of just like lets go a little bit and then lets it drop again. Doesn't make any movement like whatsoever. Literally none at all. Tries again, doesn't work. Tries again, doesn't work. Tries again, doesn't work. Tries again, doesn't work. We're like, okay, man. Like, damn, can't get the Esper. He's like, no. I'm getting this Esper. And we're like, oh no. Oh God. Oh God, no. Goes back to the ATM, puts in another 1,000 yen. Gets some more money. Goes back. Kid you not, blows through another 1,000. It's 100 yen to try, by the way. So he goes through another 10 tries. Fuck, man, like I really want this Esper. Goes back, grabs yet another 1,000 yen. Okay, cool. All right, cool. At this point, we're here significantly long enough where one of the attendants that's just kind of like going around the crane game store comes by. And apparently this is like a common thing in crane game places, but what they'll end up doing is they see you try like a lot for a plushie or something. They'll actually like they'll open the machine up, they'll take the plushie and they'll move it like closer towards the goal. Like they'll help you out. So yeah, they kind of put it like a little bit more. It'll make it a little bit easier. So then like you just have to get a little bit lucky with it. So she ends up putting it, and we're like, we're like, arigatou gozaimasu, and everything. Just like, oh, thank you so much. And she's all right, cool, and she kind of like walks off to the side and starts helping out some other people. So we're like, cool, that's pretty neat. And we're like, all right, Dan, there's like literally, let's get our Esper and we can like head out, maybe go back to the hotel. This thing's on the side of the hole right now. Okay. Like it's on the corner. He goes in. We're like, all right, cool. Grabs it, lifts it up and drops it. And it doesn't drop in the hole. It drops back down to the original spot right here that the Esper was. Okay, cool. All right, cool. And he is locked in. I don't know if you can see this right here. Can I like zoom in here? I can't. Okay. But this is the meme of the guy who's digging for diamonds and gives up a little bit early. And we're just like, we're flashing this at him. We're like, no, man. Like we're locked in at this point too. We're no longer like, all right, Dan, like we gotta go, man. Like, haha. We're like, no, we are staying here and physically spending as much money as possible in order to get this Esper. Okay, we are like 2,500 yen, almost 3,000 yen. In for this one plushie. Try again. We end up going like another like 5 tries. Dan is doing every trick known to man to try to get this Esper. This is like we're showing him memes. He's doing the classic TikTok thing where he's playing Balatro on his phone while also playing it, seeing if that helps his concentration. Everything. Like, we're really trying here. The attendant comes around again. And she kind of gives a little smile. She's like, oh, they didn't get it, Okay, cool. And we're like, oh, Sumi-san, she comes over and she ends up taking opening the machine. Second time, opening the machine, taking the Esper and putting it once again in the same exact spot that she did. Right on the corner of the hole that you take the claw game into, and then you put the Esper down. Right on the corner. And so we're like, all right, Dan, you failed the last one. Come on, man. You got to get this one. Like this one's pretty easy. Like you get another try. We didn't know that this was also a common thing in crane game places, that like the people working them will actually just like help you out if they see you trying along. So we're extremely thankful to this lady for just being like, oh, hey, thank you so much for like helping us cheat. Like we didn't know that this was a common thing. So we're like, dude, like, if you mess this up, like, she's going to try to help again, and we're going to feel really, really bad. So puts another 100 yen in, takes the claw, reaches down. He picks up the Esper. Oh, we're like, oh, okay, cool. We got it. We definitely got it. Lifts up. For some reason, it drops again, but rather inside of the hole, it bounces off the edge and then back to the exact same spot that it was before. And we're like, dear God, man. Dear God. How is this happening? At this point, the lady that's helping us she's not leaving our general vicinity. She's watching us do this. She's watching us do this, right? Dan ends up saying, hey, I don't have any more yen on me right now. Doug, I need more yen. And Doug's like, for what? What's she gonna give me? And he's like, I just need like a couple hundred more, please. Like, please, I just need a couple more. We're fully in like the gambling addiction right now. And Doug, being the way he is he's like, delete a video off your channel, and I'll give you some more money for the Esper. and we're like, huh? Delete? Okay. That's crazy. Dan, without a second thought, yes, I'll do it. I don't know if you guys know Failboat's channel. He has 13 years of videos on his channel. So he's like, oh, hell yeah. And I make the realization, right? This isn't just like a spot for gambling. I'm like, no, Doug is literally paying, I think the equivalent of like, for this ask, $2. He's like, I'll spot you $2 if you delete one of your videos. And so I think if you go to Failboat's channel, I don't think you can find him playing the Suika game anymore. He did delete it. So that's it. So that happened. Turns out, ends up trying to grab the plushie again. Doesn't work. Goes through the $2 that Doug spotted him, and doesn't work. By the way, Sam, thanks for the 49 months. How many months is this yen? At least 2, at least 2. And that's what matters. You should go to Japan. It's great. So the lady watching all of this happen, right, laughs, comes over for a third time. Opens the machine, right? She's laughing. She doesn't speak much English. We don't speak much Japanese, but we can understand each other, Takes the Esper and puts it, because you have the little the little glass box right here. Puts the Esper like right on the edge. Like she doesn't just like willy-nilly just put it right there and be like, hey, good luck. She's like balancing it. Like she's like doing this. And it keeps falling into the actual hole of the machine. And she's like, no, reaches out, takes it, and she's like props it just like right there. We're like, okay, Dan, all you need to do, you could literally shake the machine and would fall in. And we're like, Dan, all you need to do is touch it. Just touch it. That's it. You physically cannot fuck it up at this point. And at this point, like, we see an older couple in like their 60s, just kind of like going around the crane games as well, and they start watching, right? They start watching us because we are getting a little bit loud, and we're trying not to be too loud because foreigners and other we don't want to be those people, and we're very conscious about that. So I want to say it was very much a it was very much really respecting. It was entertainment, So this older couple just kind of like is next to us now, just watching us. And then next to the lady, the attendant that's helping us, is like a younger man. And so we are gathering an audience here just to see Dan get this Esper. And we're like, oh, like there's no way. This is the gimme thing. Okay, we've spent like $35 now to try to get this 35 different attempts to try to get this Esper. I mean, we like, it's physically impossible to fail this. Dude. He takes the machine. And he's like, no, I got this. No. I got this. Takes the machine. Claw goes up. Puts over the Esper. Goes down onto the Esper. And rather than touch the Esper itself here, right? Rather than touch the Esper, he grabs the glass. This side grabs the glass. This side grabs the actual plushie. It lifts up, and because the left side grabbed the glass, it then fumbles over back to this spot. And we're like losing it at this point. We're like, how in the world did you not acquire this plushie when all you needed to do was touch it? It is at the part where the actual crane, all you need to do is just press yes. Like, you don't have to move the crane at all, because they'll just go down to the hole and press it in. But he's trying to bink it off of, and we're like, how did you not acquire this? Old couple's laughing. The young man's laughing, right? The attendant is just losing it at this point with us, because she's like, this is the funniest thing to happen like all day. There's no way that 3 foreign men, grown-ass adults, can't get this one, like, children's plushie from a crane game. Like, what is happening here? So she once again does the exact same thing. She keeps trying to, like, she opens the machine once again, like the 4th, 5th time or whatever, right? And once again, tries to put the plushie in the hole this time. Like, actually in the hole. Like, trying to, like, squeeze it and then, like, press it against, and she can't, because I don't think she's ever had to, like, try to cheat this hard at one of the crane games without actually doing it. But she manages to slightly do it. We're like the Esper, like, foot, or like the arm is, like, slightly over the glass, like, pinning it there, and it's just like, it's like hanging like this, you know, just like inside of the hole. We're like $40 in now. It's crazy, right? And so we're like, Dan, genuinely, if you mess this up, I actually have no idea how you could. This isn't Weenie Hut Jr. anymore. Like, this, we're not even in the weenie zone. A man's just got born, okay? And we are like, somehow, like, if you mess this up, I don't believe you can do anything in your life. He takes the claw. Okay? And we're telling him this. We're telling him this. You don't have to move the claw. You don't. Just press OK. Just press go. And for some reason, he still moves it. It's like, no. I gotta, you know, like, get the leg off. Like, it's like, no, Dan, stop. And he presses the button to lower the crane. It starts lowering slowly. It touches the Esper. The right claw touches the Esper. And it goes in. And it finally goes in. We're ecstatic. Thank God. We got the Esper. It happened. Finally. Like 30 minutes later of this one crane game. And our whole audience, we're jumping for joy. Yeah, let's go. And Dan, for some reason, immediately he's like, yes. And then goes to the old couple next to us. And he's like, we did it! He goes in and gives both of them the biggest hug that he could give. A 6'7" man goes over to this old couple. Yeah! And they are shocked beyond belief. They did not. That is like a huge no-no. Like, he's the American tourist in their story now. And he's like, we did it! And they're elated as well, but they're shocked. Oh God! And the attendant lady is having a great. She's laughing. The young man's laughing, and we're just having a great time. We end up getting the Esper plushie, finally, and we end up walking out of the Crane Game store with the best story that we could have had coming out of a Crane game. Also $40 poorer. But that's not the end of the story because we walk out of the store and Dan's reaches into his pocket and he's like, guys, we should actually go back because we you know, like we should go back. We're like, why? He's like, actually, I still have some tokens left over. And we're like, what do you mean? And he's like, we have some tokens. And we're like, no. And we look at the tokens he's talking about. And they're just 100 yen coins. We're like, no, Dan. That's actual Japanese currency. Those aren't like arcade tokens. And he's like, oh. I'm like, Dan, I love you. Dan, I love you so much because he wasn't able to like withdraw money from the ATMs earlier, so he's been like borrowing money from us, you know. And so we were just like, God damn it. The thing is too, across the street from us is a store that sells cards and also plushies. Turns out they sell the Esper plushie there. Just at the store. It was like $12-15. So we didn't even have to go through the whole Crane game. We could have just went to the store and bought it. And that is what happened at the Crane game in Shinjuku. So why spend $15 when you can spend $40 and traumatize an old Japanese couple for the rest of their lives? So that was the Crane game story. So stream day. Stream day was the next day. This is where we had a lot planned. Because I wanted to do a stream, Doug wanted to do a stream, and we knew that this was going to take just so many hours out of our day. And the thing is too is like both Doug and I had streams planned with Connor with Sea Dog VA. The funny thing is we are to this day shocked that he said yes. Because that man had quite the day of content. I think in the morning, he was recording a podcast with another streamer that was in Japan. And then right after that, he did like the Austin Show bathtub show with him. And then afterwards, he did my stream. And then after that, you know,
me emotionally,
why did that go through? I have TTS off. That's crazy. Thanks, Pia. And then yeah, TTS escaped, guys. Go back in. Pico transplant yourselves. And so then did Doug's stream, which lasted for like another 8 hours, which is crazy. Let me before we get to the stream day, let me get some water really quick, and some coffee as well, and then we'll do that. Guys, this is like day 4. We're prep yourselves. We're gonna be here for a bit. Get some water from a river. Yeah, some Omizu. All right, give me a second, guys. Yo. Goose. All right. So, it's silence. Okay, so stream day. This is the day of Japan where we are planning on streaming. This is like the one work day that we were like planning on the vacation. Where we're like, okay, today is like we go to work, we like do something in Japan because it would be like a lot of fun. We wouldn't do it if like it wasn't. I know it's like a vacation, so we're trying to get outside of like work and stuff. But genuinely, this is like I stream so much for like not only just to entertain you guys and like do it for a paycheck and all this stuff, but because it's like so much fun. I started this as a hobby, and I don't know if you can tell through like the screen, but I am having like the most fun at like all times while I'm streaming. So I'm like, oh, I really want to do a stream from Japan. Like this is like, I have my I love streaming so much. Okay. It is great. Okay. And I have so much planned. I cannot wait for streams in the next like couple weeks, months. If you guys knew we had like plans, genuinely, it's gonna be great. All right. So anyways, stream day. First off, 7-Elevens. Let's talk about this. There are 7-Elevens everywhere in Japan. I'm talking about everywhere. I'm going to start with this, okay? And say I got some meat sticks from 7-Eleven, and they all came individually wrapped. Turtles everywhere gasped in shock and awe at what was going to happen to their young. I thought this was just hilarious. Yeah, they're like Smarties in like beef jerky. I thought that was funny. But there are 7-Elevens everywhere in Japan, and it is elite. It is elite. First off, great spot for ATMs to get your stuff. Second spot, if you want to get snacks, like they actually have some fantastic snacks, not just like chips and stuff, but I'm talking genuine. Like if you wanted onigiri, you go there. If you wanted some ramen, you go there. You wanted a sandwich, 7-Eleven. It has everything. It's cold out. They have thermals for you. You want headphones? They're there too. Just fantastic. So every single morning, rather than get like the breakfast from the hotel or anything, I always went to 7-Eleven in the morning and grabbed stuff. So this is just one of the things I thought was really funny. I will show you some snacks that I got later. But this is what we got in the morning, which was ramen. This was the like $6 ramen that I was mentioning. I found this place because Alex wasn't joining us in the morning for this. Actually, Alex didn't join us for the day here. And so I found this ramen spot, and it was great. It was like $6 and some of the best ramen in my life. It's just fantastic. My God, if I could remake this, I would be swimming every single day in it. But the coolest thing about ramen shops is like they are so small. Like I'm talking like the size of this stream room was the entire store. Like the restaurant, it's this right here. And you don't sit in tables for ramen shops because they're like basically bars. You just kind of sit at like a kind of just sit like here, right? You kind of just sit here by yourself and you just kind of eat really quick. You put that to the side. You have like some water on the top of the bar. You grab that down, or you have some like some napkins up here, your chopsticks, etc. And super compact, great. You don't even like. There's no like waiter or anything to actually get your stuff. You just put your money into a vending machine. You get a little ticket of what you wanted. You give it to the chef. Chef makes it. And then brings it out for you right there. Super easy, super fast. You genuinely don't have to talk to anybody if you don't want to. You just eat and you go. Introvert heaven. Exactly, Wookie. Genuinely amazing. And ideal for me, you know, and it's fantastic food. Literally amazing. And only for $6. It's just great. So this was the Sumo stream. This was my part of the stream day. Shout outs to Abby for helping put this together, and also Connor as well. Because basically I was like, I wanna sumo wrestle. It sounds like fun. Even if it's like a little tourist trappy kind of deal, I think it would just be like a really fun thing to do. And so I was able to put it together with Abby. Genuinely, it was just a lot of fun. If you want to see the entire sumo stream, then I truly recommend watching the... Oh, it's literally here. That's really funny. Going to the PointCrow Clips channel and clicking these two videos. It's right here. If you want to see what that was edited down, you can see a 7-minute video of sumo wrestling, and then the next stream you can see like a 13-minute video. Yeah, really fun. It was me, Connor, Doug, and Failboat. Shouts to Connor for helping with the actual tech support, because we were IRL stream. It was like my first real IRL stream. So we just tried it and everything there. Shouts to Abby, who was helping coordinate actually getting the reservation, because this is like a restaurant. So the place was like a restaurant where you can watch sumo wrestling and they'll teach you about, sumo and everything while you're just eating food. The cool thing is we ended up reserving the entire restaurant before they opened and getting a little private show for you guys during stream. It was a little scuffed in the beginning. There was 2 frames per minute, but that's fine. We ended up working it out later. I'm so sorry about that. It was my first time really doing it. The next time we do it, it'll be even better, Yeah, good PowerPoint like we're showing right now. But I ended up wrestling, sumo wrestling Doug. Minor spoiler. You'll never guess who won. It was crazy. My actual wrestling skills came in. If you guys didn't know, I wrestled in high school, just a little bit, and it was just fantastic. Now, I was also the lightest there, so I weigh about like 155, 160. Everyone else was like 180, 190, like over 200 pounds, insane. But they showed us what sumo wrestling was, how to do it, and how to properly do it. And then they were like, hey, you guys want to wrestle against us and everyone else. I did get spun around, but because I'm really light. So I was a fairy, a very beautiful fairy. But it was great. It was fantastic. It went really well. How did you guys like it? Is it something that you guys wanted like me to do again, like IRL streams, stuff like this? Or I know the tech part of it was a little iffy and everything, but just in the future, if we did some cool things like this, maybe in Los Angeles, maybe in, I don't know, anywhere else. There's maybe some ideas, but I haven't done to send it yet. I don't know if I want to send it yet, It was also, we went live at like 10 p.m. Pacific time because of the time difference. It was like 3, I forgot what it was here or something. I think it was like 3 p.m. like this time, so it was 10 p.m. like over here. Yeah. So many of us were here. We saw the chat, and I was so happy to see some of you guys. I was like, oh, hey, my chat still remembers me. That was great. But yeah, that was the deal and everything. Everyone pretty much spoke English as well, because generally it was just a, place that does. It's more touristy, so we were able to do that. I also wanted to I wanted to do something fun like this for stream. But our whole entire vibe was like, all of us kind of like agreed, especially when coming up to the next stream of like the drunk stream with Doug. We all kind of agreed that we were like, we don't want to be those people. You know what I'm talking about? Where you have tourists that come to Japan, or streamers or content creators, and they treat the country like a theme park. We're like, we don't do that. That's not the vibe. If we even get remotely close to that, like we need to start like curbing ourselves. Like that's not the plan. We are here to have a good time, but we are also not trying to have a good time at the expense of others. And so thank God that we had Connor, we had Pete, we had Alex to just like help us out and everything. We didn't want to be like those dumb like American tourists here to like, you know, treat Japan like a theme park, you know. So they helped out a lot, you know. And they helped out with like some small like cultural differences that we just like weren't aware of. Like, or like some of us like loosely knew some of these things, but it's like, for example, don't walk and eat food. There's also the general like common sense things. Don't be on a phone while you're on the subway. Like be courteous of other people's space and like everything else. If you're on an escalator, go to the left side, go to the right side if you want to walk up. Like stuff like that. The other thing that, dude, I have been telling people in LA this so often. Like, but for anytime I bring it up, like it's I've always been told like, I don't think that's true. And I'm like, and it was such a validating experience when I was like, I think the first day with Alex and Doug, I was like, hey, I just want to like double check. When you have your chopsticks, right? Like when you have your chopsticks, right? You don't like a lot of people will break them. At least here in LA, they'll break them, right? And then they'll do this. You know, they'll like try to get the splinters and stuff off. And I'm like, that's kind of like, you don't do that. Like you don't do that. It's like rude. It like implies that the chopsticks are like cheap and dirty and like and they're gross and like it's splintery and everything. You don't do that. It's like pretty disrespectful. You just kind of, you know, and then you eat with it. You know, that's it. That's it. You know. It also probably makes more splinters when you think about it. So I was really like vindicated when I was like, oh, that's real. I'm like, definitely don't. Because like I brought that up and I think Connor, Pete, and Alex were like, no. Like, don't do that. No way. Anyways, so drunk stream. Lot of fun. Guys, I wish I could tell you more. So the idea behind the stream was it's similar to the previous Doug video of I'll have what he's having, where the original inception was you go to a drive-through with your car, and when you get up to the window, you're like, hey, whatever the car in front of us had, we'll order as well. And then you have to finish whatever their order was, right? And then you have to go through 10 different drive-through places and finish all of his food. Once you're done, then you win. That's the goal. That's the whole thing. So Doug iterated on that later in Los Angeles, where it's I'll have what he's having, but bars in Los Angeles. Bars with alcohol. We'll have what they're having. The thing is he then wanted to do it in Japan. There was a problem. There's a problem that we didn't realize when we got to Japan about the stream idea. First off, I wish I could tell you more about this because I genuinely don't remember a lot. Like there's a point where you can check in the video that we posted on the Clips channel right here where I'm like zonked. Where like there's no one home. Like I'm there, but not really. Which was really funny. Lights were off, you know, but I wasn't home. Yeah, a lot of fun. The thing that we realized in Japan is that you can't really do that concept because it's very, very weird for you to order something like that. Nobody like it's weird in America, right? To be like, hey, I want to have what they're having, and they'll figure it out for you, being like, haha, you're funny, right? In Japan, they're like, that's weird. No, that's just odd. We don't want to do that. You know, haha, you can't just, because it's odd to go to a bar with like 5 people, 6 people, or 5 people. Yeah. It would be odd to go to a bar with 5 people and order 1 beer. Like, you can't, like, they're just like, you don't, why are you doing that? So you basically everyone has to order at least one beer. At least. So what we would do is during the stream, Connor and Pete would try to help out with like translations and everything. So they're like, hey, can we have what that table was having over there? Also, can we have one beer per each of us as well? Just to make sure we reach the minimum alcohol required to stay there. Which was a terrible idea. Because when you get to bar number 5, everyone having one beer and Failboat having to down 3 Negronis, I get 2 shots. We leave more shots in just what? It's bad. Somebody did the calculations, right? In like, I think each one of our subreddits of how many drinks that each of us had. It's wrong. I think they're like, Failboat had like 13, like Eric had 9, like Doug had like 15. So it's wrong. Like, I will tell you this live on stream right now. That count is incorrect because there was, at some point, there were 2 plots happening on the stream where Doug would be with Pete drinking, but then I would also be with like Dan and Connor drinking. So there were some shots, some full beers that were just missing from the entire stream because we kind of just like lost count too of like what we kind of were doing. So like, for example, each one of us had there was a Mario bar that we went to. Each one of us had 1 beer that we had to finish. But then there were also 3 Negronis that we had to finish. But then also we were playing like this crocodile game where we would like press down on the crocodile's like teeth. And then whoever got like nabbed, we would take a shot. And then when we were leaving the bar, the bartender's like, hey, thanks for coming by. Let's all take a shot as well. So, like, as much as it was of like, wow, add like 4-ish drinks to the count that's on like Reddit, and then you're around maybe where we're at with drinks. And this stream lasted like 8 hours. It's like 3 a.m. at this point. You know, when we're at the final bar here, just like thumbs upping, you know. This was us at the very beginning, getting things ready. This was us at another bar, trying to like order some more stuff. You can see the stream right here. And then this was Pete. This was, I think, outside. I'm like, I don't remember taking these photos. I truly do not. And you can see Pete here, Doug mentioning something to Pete. I don't really remember. Pete and Doug arguing chapter 1. Oh, yeah. So we did talk about that like off stream because I think Pete was like, I think there's like some like thing where we ended up going back through and I think some of you guys were like, Pete's being mean or like Doug's being, they're like, oh, they're fighting. We don't really know because we were like, oh, no, that's not, like, it was all chill. Like it was like, I think it was like a thing that was like shown on stream that was like misconstrued because we were talking about it afterwards and he was like, I think Pete was like, was everything okay? And then like, we were like, yeah. Was everything okay with you? He's like, yeah. Like, all right, cool. It was kind of like corralling though, you know, in like a very good way, if that makes sense. So we're all like chill. Because the other thing too that we really wanted to do specifically, and also in the theme of like not treating Japan like a theme park, and just something I like to do personally whenever I do like a collaboration with somebody on my stream, is I like to hang out with them just like outside of stream. So every single person that we were on, like later in the trip, we just hung out with Pete and Alex, just like went to bars for fun. And then much later in the trip, we went to like Hot Pot with Connor, Pete, and Alex as well, just to hang out, You know, like with no cameras, no like, hey, you know, try to entertain here. Nothing like that. Just hanging out with people, having a good time. You feel me? Just guys being dudes, as it were. How did you guys like the drunk stream? This was on Doug's stream. So I don't know how many of you guys watched it, but if you did, was it something that was fun? I don't know, because I don't, you guys experienced more of it and probably remember more than I do. I watched the Clips channel video and loved that. That was the Clips channel video of this right here is a really, I was watching it back and I had a lot of, like, I remembered some of these things and I was like, that's really funny. You can never make a video of it. I think Sime edited this one, right? We're actually actively, we're still looking for a Clips channel editor for this channel and everything. I think we're narrowing it down a little bit further. If you've reached out already in some capacity, we've like looked at your stuff. So don't resend it. But if you guys are interested, like we are still looking for this, you know, you'll need to do like thumbnailing, editing, basically run the channel. And you need to have experience in doing that beforehand. If you are interested, just like DM me on Twitter or like Blue Sky. It's the best way to do it. But it was a lot of fun. I think they accurately like Simon told me, he was like, I had a really hard time trying to make some sort of plot line out of the weird audio and also what the fuck was happening. You can even see at the end, it was just kind of like where did the challenge go? We're just kind of all drinking. It was beautiful. It was great chaos. So we ended up we ended up making like a small video out of it, which was kind of good. So that was kind of great, you know. And that's also like what the Clips channel is kind of for here, where it's like this will never be a main channel kind of video, but it's still something that I think you guys would have fun with and watching, and something that was probably a little bit more entertaining. So it's like if you were not able to stay up at like 10 p.m., 11 a.m., sorry, 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. to like actually watch the stream, you can still watch some of it in like a pretty compacted fashion on this channel here. That's kind of like, I think, the goal, you know? So yeah, pretty late. Let's see. So day after stream day. Dude. You guys are going to ask, and you'll probably be wondering, PointCrow, how hungover were you? How hungover was Doug? How hungover was Dan? Guys. The answer to that question is 0. We were not hungover at all. Whatsoever. Literally, no headache. Didn't wake up too late. You know, chilled. Sunlight wasn't bad. Like, we just walked out, did more things. That's why there was a day after stream day. And you're gonna think, oh, PointCrow lies! Shunning the non-believer! No, this was real. And the reason why is because there's a whole like culture of this in Japan. Because that's what a lot of people do. They will go out after their regular salary job, salarymen will go out and drink with their department, with their coworkers, the people they work with. And there's such a big drinking culture in Japan that like it is a very common thing to buy these little vials of like it's similar to like pre-workout but for your liver. Where it's like electrolytes or whatever, and you just down it. It tastes like cough syrup. You down it, and then you don't get hungover, like at all. Actually crazy. So whenever we would drink for the rest of the entire trip, we would just always go out to 7-Eleven, buy one of these things, down it before we started our first beer, and then we were good for the next day. So it actually like wasn't that bad. Yeah, pre-liver. That's I guess what you would call it, right? You know. So actually like kind of magic. The thing is, it does exist in the States. Like these actually like are things that exist in the States. You can buy them from convenience stores. They're like little vials. I'll have to find some for you guys. But they're not like, I don't know why they're not more common. I genuinely don't know why. It's like some sort of ginseng kind of thing, you know? But it's just not more common here. Well, yeah, with how common drinking is, yeah, I genuinely don't understand. Anyways, day after stream day, we just kind of chill. We take it as a more chill day because we were kind of expecting us to be a little bit more tired. While we didn't like have hangovers or anything, we did stay up really late, so we were kind of tired in that way. So we had some yakiniku. This is cow tongue, I think, that we were eating, which was just fantastic. Just amazing food. And then, so Alex joined us as well. We ended up going to this, I think Doug ended up going, like we had a split midday where Doug ended up going to an onsen, checking that out. He had a massage as well. He was chilling. I went out to somewhere else. And then I think Failboat stayed in. And but then we met up for some yakiniku, and then we also went to this kind of really cool like spa bar. I don't know what you would call it, because you can see the bar like right here. Like we're kind of just chilling at it, but underneath the actual bar is warm water in like a trough where you put your feet into the water, and it's just super soothing. Like it's like a little hot spring kind of area. And so we're all just kind of like chilling here, having some like tea, relaxing with our feet there. And then you can actually order massages here too. And they'll put like a pillow like right in front here. You'll like lie down on it, and then they'll just like massage you at the bar. And I'm like, that's sick. So each one of us got like a 10-minute massage just like while chilling. They did 2 of us at once, so we were just like vibing, you know? And meanwhile, I was like, hey, let's just open some Pokemon cards while we're here. And so we did. I got a Japanese Umbreon and a Japanese Umbreon EX. Not the alt arts, but just the Japanese version of the cards that we had. The pull rates are so much better in the Japanese set. Like Terrestrial Festival over Prismatic Evolutions. Prismatic Evolutions sucks for pull rates, dude. I didn't realize that, you know? Yeah, I can. You guys want to see it? I guess I could. My little. Today's going to be a much longer stream than I expected. Yapping for 2 hours and we're still not done. Yeah, today is show and tell day. All right. So these are all the Umbreons that I have collected that like exist. If you guys haven't seen this yet, then, well, I have a lot of Umbreons here, as you can see. A lot of them. I'm collecting one of every Umbreon card. And then here are the Umbreons right here, right? Yeah, so you can see the Umbreon and the Umbreon EX in English and then Japanese. So pretty cool. Very cool. So I ended up pulling a Japanese set. Pretty cool. I did not bring any packs back, no. I did not. Because Terrestrial Festival in Japan is actually, for some reason, also in high demand, like Prismatic Evolutions. Well, not for some reason. It has really good cards in it. So I couldn't find it really anywhere. So the fact that I was able to pull this was crazy. Oh, right. And then I wonder if this will load. Yeah, okay. So Doug, we realized that Doug has a, like on the way back, right? So we're on the way back from this place. We kind of realized that Doug has like this magical talent for some reason to perfectly like walk in step with anybody. I wonder if I can like get in that. I'm afraid to see. Like I don't know how he does it, but he can just tuck in. So this is Alex trying to join as well, but it's just so much more difficult.
You gotta get closer.
Like he just becomes like an NPC, yeah. So we're like, how the hell does he do this? It turns out, much later, I would be able to somewhat replicate this, but it's just a talent that I didn't know that Doug had, and he can just do that. You know, that's just something he can do. This has no other story other than I thought this was crazy, so I thought you guys would enjoy that. So yeah, and then we went back to one of our hotel rooms and we started playing Magic. So so guys, this is me telling you guys, you have lost me. I have now a new, my wallet hurts. I have a new hobby of Magic the Gathering. It's a lot. It's fun. It's guys, it's really fun. It is great. It is like, guys, like it's fun, guys. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, so we ended up playing Commander Magic the Gathering. Because I was like, okay, cool. Like I'll check this out. But before I went to Japan, actually, this is when it started, and I was talking with Failboat. I was talking with Charlie Slimesicle, Altrive, Ross, and them, and everyone's starting to get more into Magic. And I was like, hey, I want to join in. This seems like a lot of fun. So we end up getting into a group chat, and we're like, all right, like let's actually get like a group together and let's play Commander. Let's do it, like all four of us. If you don't know what Commander is, so Magic is a card game where you can summon creatures and battle with them against other people. Commander is a format in Magic where you can do a free-for-all. It's like a 1v1v1v1. So it's 4-player Magic. So it's really fun. And so I was like, I really want to like get this together. Sounds fun. So we're talking in this group chat. And this is going to be a small tangent away from Japan. So it's like, all right, we're going to like play, Magic and chill and everything. And so I'm like, I don't really know what to play, but I do know what I like to play in other card games, because I used to play a little bit of like GOAT format Yu-Gi-Oh, some Edison as well. And I really like zany decks. I like to play things that are weird. Like if I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh, what I love to play was like, and some of you guys will get this, like Cyberjar, Morphing Jar number 2, Morphing Jar number 2, like Mill. Like Gravity Bind, Yu-Gi-Oh Mill. Where my goal wasn't to beat the other player through life points. It was to have them draw their entire deck until they can't draw anymore. And then because they can't draw anymore, they lose. I would also play Exodia. If you don't know, if you have all 5 pieces of Exodia in your hand, you automatically win. And so I would just go for that. I would lose 9 times out of 10, but when I would win, it was just really funny. So I mentioned to the Magic players, this group here, I was like, I like playing those decks. How does that translate to Magic? And they're like, well, obviously Mill is like, you play blue in Magic. Mill's in, like, that's actually from Magic where you try to deck somebody out. That's what it is, right? And I was like, honestly, that sounds fun, but it doesn't sound like fun for me in Magic. I want to do something else. I like to play alt win cons because I think that's just like fun. I just like playing alt win cons. And so apparently recently, Magic released a deck called 20 Ways to Win, which is a deck where you have 20 different alternate win conditions to play with. So I'm playing with that here. It's a little Tanuki deck, which is kind of fun. And it's like it's a full gimmick deck. And I've lost like every single time I've ever played with it. But the funniest thing is that somebody will be like going off on a combo, and I'll be just like playing, and I'll play a card being like, if I have 40 life, I win. And it's like, oh, it no longer becomes, can I beat PointCrow and all of his monsters? It becomes, wait, shit, he has like 39 life. He needs to not gain one more. Or like there's another win condition. If I have exactly 13 cards in my hand, I win. Or like if I have 5 colors in my like on my field, one of every single creature type, at least 6 cards in my hand, and I have equal to or greater than the amount of life that I started with, I also win. Or if I control 10 gate cards, I win. You know, like it's stuff like that, right? And so it's like, it's so funny. And so this is me playing that right here. Now the thing is the deck sucks. After playing this and a couple times, so this was the first time we played Magic as 4. But then later in the trip, like in Kyoto and stuff, which we haven't gotten to yet, I would just be playing with Dan. So I would just play with Dan. It would just be 1v1. And I realized through just playing 1v1 that I liked one of the alt win cons so much that I would like always try to go for it. And so then I ended up, before even getting to play with the people that I wanted to play with at the beginning of, before I went on this trip to Japan, I ended up buying a second deck. And that's when I knew that I was cooked. Because without even playing like actual Commander with my first deck, I already bought a second one. And I'm like, fuck! Damn it! I've been trapped. And my wallet hurts. I'm already in deep. Now, the win con that I liked a lot was Maze's End. So it's like Turbo Lands, which I thought was like a lot of fun to play. So I really, really enjoyed it. Any cool Pokemon Go? So that's the funny thing, is for some reason, I don't know why, but I didn't play any Pokemon Go while I was in Japan, which in hindsight was just a mistake. Because that's like when you probably should be playing it. But then like immediately after coming off the flight, I'm like opening Pokemon Go again. And I'm like, wait a second. Wait 1 second. Wait, hey, I was just at, oh, fuck. So, yeah. Anyways. So I ended up buying a second deck with Nine Fingers Cane, which is a Gates deck. But the current deck I have is this one, which is here, Go Shintai, which is just like it's an all colors deck, so it's literally everything. So it's not like a red, blue, green. It's every color deck, and it's kind of fun. So I like it a lot. But yeah, so, yeah, Wubberg, that's what they call it, right? I think maybe, I don't have no idea. So anyways, I got into Magic, and that's the small tangent there. There's no exactly total point to letting you guys know this, other than you're going to be seeing more Magic content on my channel, of just me talking about it. Maybe an Instagram story here or there, maybe an Instagram post, some Twitter, some Blue Sky kind of stuff. But yep, Magic is now a part of my life. And apparently, most of your favorite streamers also just play Magic. Did you guys know that? I didn't, you know? It just happens, you know? Like, oh shit. Anytime you mention like, hey, you want to play Magic? Like, oh, you play too? That's great. Even Charles E. Slimesicle. Yeah, I actually played with him this past Friday. So on Friday, I played with Scootish, Charlie, Dash, you know. A lot of fun. You'll never guess. Slimesicle has like an ooze deck. All streamers know each other. This is terrifying. I mean, pretty much. Pretty much. At some point, like, you just kind of know everyone. There's not that many, like, streamers. So, anyways. So, we played Magic. So, next day, we move on. We go to Shibuya, whatever you want to call it. Guys, did not run into Sukuna there. Itadori wasn't there either. Gojo wasn't. Honestly, I feel like I was lied to. I was promised some cool things happening there, and it didn't. Anyways. It wasn't the incident. So this is us at the Shibuya Scramble. We just want to see it. This is like one of the touristy things, because like my goal whenever I want to go travel is like to not be a tourist totally. Like you want to kind of be chill. You don't want to be the guy being like, hey, whoa, But then also, you kind of got to be a tourist, like a little bit, But yeah, you gotta see some of the sights. So this was one of the touristy things that I specifically wanted to do. I was like, I want to go see the Shibuya Scramble. It was great. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's a lot of people walking. It's really busy. There's an IKEA there. That's cool. This is a Starbucks that you can watch the actual Scramble from. So that's kind of neat. We went to a Pokemon kind of place because I play that sometimes. And there was some really cool, like, very large cars where I was like, whoa, that's cool. There was a lot of them where they're just, like, big cards. I was like, that's pretty cool. Beautiful, like, really beautiful art for some of these things. Like, they had some tag teams. They had, like, the classic, like, gold creation stuff and all that, Did you stuff one in your pocket? I in fact did, And this... Chat. Ooh. This was a recommendation from one of Doug's friends when he was in Japan. It was a hole in the wall corner, part of a like back alley kind of place, ramen spot. And when I say that this was the best pork belly that I have ever had in my life, by far. This is the best pork belly I've had in my life, right over here, okay? And then this is like this is the pork belly that I had in Japan at this one place. Dude, like you would take this is extra pork belly that I got. You would take this pork belly, right? And it would just like you put it in your mouth and it would just melt away. Soft pork belly. And in the most rich flavor. Oh, cinema. Just absolutely cinema. Like, just look at the quality of this beef. Okay? Of this pork. Like, just look at the quality of this. It is just the symphony of flavors that would touch your tongue, right? Just like it would. I cried. Like while eating this, I was starting to tear up because it was so good. You genuinely like. I don't think I'll ever have better. Like you ever. I peaked. Like this was the best food moment in my life. And I think I realized that while eating this pork belly because I was crying not only because of how good it was, but I was mourning every piece of food that I would ever eat thereafter, knowing that it wasn't going to be as good as what I was consuming at that moment. God, it was amazing, dude. God, it was just so good. We end up going here at the very end of the entire trip once again. Like this was the this was the pork belly that we had, and then we went back again. The very last meal of the trip was this one more time. Did you save us a bite? No, I would never. I would literally never. I don't have the address with me. I can maybe look at it. Let me see if I can. Pause. I think I might have written it down. Oh, I don't know, chat. I'll have to look it up. I don't think I have it. Like, I don't even want to like try to. No, I don't have it. Damn. I literally don't have a picture location or anything. Oh, the picture location. Oh, the location tag for the photo. You're right. Thank you. Sorry, I don't want to gatekeep places, you know? If you want to, like, this is, like, you should go here. Okay. It is... Oh, it's Menya Musashi. That's what it's called. In Shibuya. So that's what it's called. You should go. Yeah, it's mind your business. Got him. It's really, really good. All right. So I also, obviously, while we were here, I went to the Pokemon Center. Because why not, you know? So I really wanted to go. I wanted to see the Pokemon Center. Like the HQ of the Pokemon stuff, you know? And I saw the really neat Mewtwo in the vat kind of place out front. And it was actually so much cooler than I thought. It was so much cooler because on the back of the tube and everything, they had just these outlines of other Pokemon and little fun facts about them from like the Pokedex. Like a 21-foot long Gyarados, you know? By the way, that's the length, not the tube girth. We found out. You can see Ho-Oh, Turtwig, all this stuff. So it's really cool. And then as you go towards the actual Pokemon Center store, there are these really cool things on the wall, which is just graffitied legendaries. And I was like, I want this. This is so cool. So this is the Mewtwo one. And I had to take a picture of it for you guys. And then this was the Mew one. I was like, that's so sick. It was just like it was kind of unexpected to see graffiti or section graffiti, like, you know, in a store like this. And I was like, that's just amazing. So this is like, it was me, Alex, and Dan that went in. Doug was doing something else. So we just ended up splitting and going here. That's also the really cool thing that I loved about this trip so much was that, like, if one of us wasn't feeling like going to a place, it wasn't like, no, we got to bring you along. Like no, like you could just be, I don't want to go, and then you just don't. Or like if you're like, hey, I just want a chill day today, I'm just gonna go by myself and do something. Like you could, and I'll show you later. I did that as well. So it was just kind of fantastic. It was a great way to take a trip because a lot of the time when you'll take a vacation, you pack the vacation full with so many different things. But with this particularly, we were like, let's not do that, because then if you pack it too deeply, then you have to have a vacation from your vacation. Do you guys get what I'm saying here? It's just too much, and then you're so stressed about getting everywhere and doing everything that then you're just not having a good time. So then we end up going, like, a lot of this stuff that you might be like, wow, this is all planned. A lot of this stuff was like, hey, what do you guys want to do today? And it's like, oh, let's just go to Shibuya. Why not? Oh, hey, my friend knows a place here. Why don't we go check it out, you know? Oh, the Pokemon Center's here. Let's hit that up. So we had like a list of things that we wanted to hit up while we were here. But besides that, a lot of the stuff, like Akihabara, was just like, hey, you just want to go there? So pretty cool. We saw some really cool things too. Like this, which was what's the name of the Pokemon again? It's not Wishy-Washy. It's Dormammu. Dondozo. That's what it is. A little Dondozo like sushi plate kind of thing, which I thought was really cute, you know. We saw a bunch of Jirachi plushies just like in a barrel. As you can see, fuck this Jirachi. I also I added Alex and and Dan as well to it. So just in the middle of the Pokemon Center, you see 3 grown men flipping off the Wish Pokemon. So you know, me and the homies hate Jirachi. There was the Nintendo store right afterwards. They proceeded to recognize me and then said a whole bunch of things, pinned me down. Some lawyers came out with like a bunch of different like papers, and they were like, "Give us your passport." They spit on my face, and then it was just so weird because then like they're like, "Give us a passport, give it." Like, no, I don't want to give you my passport. Like, this is the one thing that tying needs. They're like, "No, do it." And then luckily enough, Dan was able to like take the Tinkaton that he bought, and he like chucked it at one of the officers, and which knocked him out cold. That man has an arm like no other. I was luckily able to start running at that point, get away, you know, get away. I don't really know like what happened to Dan afterwards. I heard a loud noise. Wasn't really sure. You should probably ask what happened to him on his stream. But I just started sprinting, right? Met up with Doug, took the subway, and I just did not go back to Shibuya afterwards. Allegedly, you know, allegedly. So anyways, but on the way, on the way out, I ended up buying something. I ended up getting like, I ended up seeing this, and it was like a really cool, I was like in the middle of the store debating on getting this because I was like, I don't know if I want to bring this all this thing all the way back. Like, it's pretty big, but I got this bath mat. So now whenever I step out of my shower, I just kind of step onto the glider, and I was like, oh, this fucks, you know. I was like, this is actually so cool. It's super soft too, and I just brought it all the way from Tokyo. So yeah, it's my little ABC mat. So whenever I have a Tears of the Kingdom bingo stream, then I'll just like have that underneath me, you know. So that was like, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. I really wanted that, so I got it. There were some other things too. There, like a little Korok. They had a bomb bag, like a little like satchel that was like a bomb bag. I thought that was really cool. I didn't want it like enough, so I didn't get it. And they had like paperweights of each one of the. I looked around and you actually couldn't buy them, but they were on display. But it was paperweights of each individual, like Zonite device. They had like a rocket paperweight and stuff, and I thought it was really cool. I wish I could have gotten that, but it was kind of just for sale or for show. No, the bomb bag did not come with any bombs, chat. Contrary to popular belief. So yeah, that was really cool. By the way, in like some fun news, somehow, out of the 3 of us, of Doug, Failboat, or 4 if you include Alex, of Doug, Failboat, me, and Alex, I got recognized like 5-6 times in Japan. Like, you guys were like, yo, hey, PointCrow. And I'm like, what the fuck? like I'm in a foreign country right now. Like, what is going on here? Like there's like I was like, that's crazy. I will say, not a single person was Japanese that recognized me. like I think there was like 2 Australians. I think one was like from the UK. Like I think everyone was on vacation. Like I think one of the Australians lived there though. But yeah, you know, I thought that was really funny. I think it was one guy from the States that was like, "Wow, I saw your post on Instagram." And I was like, "Oh, he's in Japan too. Crazy that I saw you here." None at the Nintendo store or anything, but it was just like randomly in like Nakano or like Akihabara, you know. So I thought that was kind of funny. So anyways, we then went to Tokyo Tower, which is like this is like the second tallest tower ever. Next to the Burj Khalifa. This thing is huge. Like it is quite literally the second tallest. Like giant. Actually like insane. And so we get there like late at night just to go see it, because the next thing that we wanted to do was actually like around this area. So we're like, we'll just go to like sorry, not Tokyo Tower. It was the Sky Tree. Tokyo Tower is the other one. This is the Sky Tree. And the thing about this though was it was so eerie because we're kind of late at night here. It's like 8-9 p.m. It's a little foggy. There's some clouds rolling by, and it's pretty cold. Like this entire trip, we're dealing with like 40, 50 degree weather, at least in Tokyo. Kyoto is a different story, but we're dealing with some pretty cold weather. And I got to capture this really cool thing. Please up the quality, maybe. Yeah, like this. Like you can see like just like a really cool wisps of the cloud like off of the top of the Sky Tree, just like slowly passing. It was just like really pretty, and it doesn't do it justice. None of this will, especially with all the nature photos you'll see later. But like the little wisps of clouds is just like really neat. I loved that a lot. Let me. How do I pause this 1 second? Cool. So then let me bring you to why we actually went to the Sky Tree. Because we went to the Kirby Cafe. This was one of the things that Dan Failboat really wanted to do. This was like his number one thing. He was looking every single day for reservations just to get this going. In this Kirby Cafe. And they had like here's the menu if you want to look at all of the really cool things that they had here. Every single item at the restaurant was Kirby themed in some sort of way. Like you had like the little tree here. You had some like, I don't know, Diglets. I don't know what they're called. I have never played Kirby. Like in a little bed here. You have like a Kirby car guy. A whole bunch. You have a little pizza Kirby, you know. So it was cool. I don't really know Kirby that well. This was one of the things where I'm like, I'm going for my friend Dan here. I don't really have a stake in this. But what happened at the Kirby Cafe was just hilarious. Because we became problems, but not in like a bad way. We became just problems in a funny way. So this was the inside. We had like. How'd you get reservations so fast? Oh, Dan was checking like every hour to get reservations. Luckily, I think there was like a spot for 4 that the same day was, I think like a couple hours before, like the same day, like freed up, and Dan sniped it to get right in there. And that was really cool. So he really wanted to do this. So that's the, you know, and then these are all the things that we ordered. This little like cheese Kirby. We had a little waddle Diglett. I don't know. Guy for some coffee. There's some omurice. He's kind of sleeping. This was like a seafood pizza, I guess, which was also very interesting. Like kind of Kirby thing. This was all gelatin, by the way, for the car, which was a very interesting taste. But it was a Kirby. This is this is Dan eating out of his Kirby bento box with the mushroom kind of tomato kind of thing. He was living his best life. He really was. And then so now the thing is, he went mouthful mode. The thing about this place, chat, was that he bought so much merch. Like, we stayed in the merch area for like a solid 30 minutes while he was like buying everything. But the thing about this place was that, imagine this. It's me, Doug, Dan, and Alex. 4 grown-ass men walking through to the Kirby Cafe. And the only people that are in this cafe are families and children. Like genuine 6-year-olds, 8-year-olds, and their parents that brought them there because it's a cute little cafe for them. And then 4 grown men walk in, and we kind of quickly realized that this was not. We're not the target audience for this. The demographic that they were catering to was not us. Because, as you can kind of see by the portions here, maybe it's all really small. Like, these are and like on the menu too was clearly all of this is children's meal, and then there's the adult meal. There's like one like more like adult meal, where it's not really Kirby themed. It's like, no, you can like eat, actual food here. And so obviously Dan and us, we have to, or we all go in on this. We run the bit and we order as much as we can because we're kind of hungry. But then also, Dan's recording this maybe for a short, maybe for a video later, maybe just for his own enjoyment. But we're like, we got to order all of the unique Kirby stuff that we can, because some of these things, like this plate right here, and I think this as well, like you can, if you order it, you can actually just keep the plate as well. So it's like, that was a neat little thing that we could like just like add on to it. But the thing is I'm a chemist. If you guys don't know this, I'm a chemist. I have a degree in chemistry, and there was a really cool drink that they had, and it was a make your own soda. It was like Kirby makes his own soda. Oh, cool. It has like an Erlenmeyer flask there. It has some just regular beakers and stuff, and you put it together. You mix and match, and you shake it up, and it becomes a soda. And I'm like, that I want to order that. That's mine. And that turned out to be one of the biggest, the funniest things, and one of the bigger mistakes that we made, because we didn't realize this until it came out. But that was like an interactive meal. And there's one, so let me paint the picture for you guys. There was one lady working this cafe, end of her shift, dealing with children the entire time. And commonly people will come here for kind of celebrations or like cool things for their siblings or children or anything, right? Or family. And so while we are ordering all these things, you hear like one family, oh, happy birthday, happy birthday, right? It's your birthday or whatever. And they start like celebrating, like, happy birthday to you, right? There's a whole thing for them, and it ends. And we're like, all right, cool. Like, we'll order some more. And so all of our food starts coming out. And the mistake with my piece of meal here is mine comes in. I actually end up getting the pizza. And I wish I had a photo of the actual thing. I think Dan does. And they come out with this chemistry set after my food's here. I'm like, wow, cool. But then the waitress stays there, like right by the table. And she's like kind of like, she's the only one working this, right? So she's kind of speed running that. She's like, oh, like, boy, I gotta do this for a grown ass adult, 4 grown men. She takes out this scroll. She takes out this like scroll, right? And she's like, welcome to Kirby's soda making machine. And she's just doing it also in like broken English too, because like clearly I don't speak Japanese. And it's like all pictures. And she's like, blue into red. And the thing is I'm doing proper chemistry procedure. You don't want to pour something in between 2 beakers and do that. No, like you want to like tilt one, slowly put it into the other, right? And so, but she's in a rush. So she's like, no, pour. She's like, more. And I'm like, okay, cool. You know? And she's like, and then she goes back. Now Kirby has blah, blah, blah. She's like reading out the script here. Now Kirby has blah, blah, blah. So now you need to put the green into the red. And I'm like, okay, green into the red. The beakers are tiny, by the way. They're like this big, right? And I'm like doing this. And then she's like, oh, congratulations. You've now made the blah, blah, blah. Now, here's for the final 2 steps. You need to take that and put it into the big flask. And so I take the into the Erlenmeyer, right? So I take the beaker and I start like slowly pouring it into the Erlenmeyer. And she's like, put it more. And she's like, more. And then the lights like turn on or something. And it's and people start singing. So she turns around. She's like, oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Right? Like turns around suddenly because she has other things to do besides tell this grown ass man how to put a soda together. Turns out, so I put it in. It's a little bit more fizzy than I thought. A little bit more fizzy. Reminds me heavily of the elephant's toothpaste experiment that we did, where you pour it in, reaction happens, and this flask is not big enough for the actual things that we are mixing in the beakers. You're not meant to put all of it in. But I put all of it in because I'm trying not to be a problem here. Turns out she's done saying happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, happy birthday. Turns around and she just looks at me, looks at the table, looks back at me and says, oh my god, because it started. This poor girl sees my flask like pouring over with this soda stuff. Doug, Philvo, and Alex are laughing. They're like, oh my god. And she's clearly like super flustered because she's in between being like, grown-ass man needs to learn how to do something. Happy birthday, oh my god, like what is happening over here? And then what she does is she then takes like a napkin and starts shoving it in my drink so that she can like soak up the foam that's happening and just trying to clean it up. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. And she's like, no, oh my god, you know, doing all this stuff. And so then she's like, is like, oh my, like, I can't believe this is happening. And then takes out the last remaining thing here. And she's like, now put it in the drink. And so then I put it in the drink. But the thing is that the flask is so foamy that the actual, like, it's like foam here and then actual liquid here. So in order to actually put the liquid in and not just have it be like a weird foam over when you're like pouring it, and like it's similar to like a beer. You don't want like if you're sipping it, you're going to get a lot of foam first. So you got to sip it a little bit more to get the actual like liquid. So what I do is, in the same spirit that she like wanted me to initially, is to just kind of pour it, you know? So I take my foam and I just kind of pour it and I miss the glass. So like a good like quarter of the drink is like now over by Doug's plate. And then the other part is actually in the drink. And I'm like, I'm sorry. It's been a while since I had my degree, okay? I wasn't prepared for like a test here. Like Kirby's thing was just too much for me. She leaves afterwards. She's like, oh God. She leaves. And Alex is having a blast because he gets the like vibes a little bit more from like, just vibes of what Japanese people are feeling, because like it's a little difficult to read between cultures. And he's like, oh, that's so funny. Not the end of it, because later, right? Where Dan's actually getting served this bento box. She comes back over, right, to give the bento box to Dan, right? She gives it to Dan. More people have left. There's been like another happy birthday by now, and then we're so sorry. So we're gomenasai, we're like arigatou gozaimasu, just to like her giving this. But then like for some reason, like Doug, while like being like, wow, that's really cool, he like goes over and like somehow like nudges his fork. So then like in the middle of the restaurant, it's just kind of like a and she scares her like fully, and like she like jumps and she says the same, oh my god, oh my god. And she's like, oh, okay. And then she scampers off yet again. And we're like, we have traumatized this poor waitress. We're so, like, we have literally, like, imprinted ourselves on her mind. This is the end of her shift, by the way. She has been through it all. And these 4 grown-ass men are making a problem for her. The only reason that we know that this was fine and she found it actually funny was because halfway through eating this gelatinous Kirby here, and she was genuinely enjoying her stuff. Halfway through, she goes over to Dan while he's like mid scoop right through the face, and she just goes over to him and whispers, "Violence," and then walks away again. And we're like, huh? We're like, what? Like, okay. So we ask Alex, right, who's like, lives in Japan, and we're like, huh? And he's like, I've never seen anybody do that. Like, just like go over to a table and just, violence. He's like, I've never seen anybody do that. And he's like, she's having fun. He was like, this was probably like an actual like fun end to her day of like just some, rather than deal with children, she's just having fun with other people, and matching the energy pretty well. We also knew because she was very nice too. Dan has these photos, but she would, after we're spending 30 minutes in the gift shop afterwards. Like, we're the last ones in the cafe, like the very end. We're the last ones there, and she's like cleaning up and everything. And then she actually mentions over to us, and she's like, do you guys want a photo in front of the tree? Like, do you want a photo here? And then she brings over these large Kirby plushies to like pose with the actual tree here, and then takes a photo of us while we're there. And so she seemed to have like a great time like with us. And she was like, oh, these guys clearly like really love, and especially this one guy, Dan, really loves Kirby. Let me just give them like an unforgettable moment. It takes like a couple minutes out of her time, but gives us like a story for the rest of her lives. I was like, that's very sweet of her. It's really cool. And for the next, I kid you not, for the preceding like next week that we were in Japan, anytime anything happened, we would just parrot her and be like, oh my god. So any loud noise, you would just see like four each one of us be like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It was just awesome. So that was a fantastic time at the Kirby Cafe, and what we thought was going to be just like a wow, cool thing turned into like one of the highlights of the trip somehow. Which is great. So yeah, afterwards, here's that was the fun little day at the Sky Tree in Shibuya and everything. And then I went to Harajuku. So this was the next day. We decided to take this next day as a more chill day. This was one of the chill days where we were like, we're doing a lot of walking. We've lost some sleep over doing like a bunch of stuff. we're not gonna do anything too much today. Let's just kind of vibe. We're just kind of, I forgot what day number it is. I actually completely forget, but we're just going to kind of vibe. So I think Doug ends up going to do something. I think this was the day he actually went to the onsen and got the massage. I think Dan did something else. Alex wasn't with us, and I was like, hey, my sister mentioned she wants me to hit up a couple different stores in Harajuku, so I decided to go to Harajuku, which is the fashion, the fashion area of Tokyo. So I go to Harajuku, and the first thing I see after getting off. By the way, first thing, everything is just incredibly fashionable here, but I just see this. There's a bunch of all over Japan are some like broken English, and I had to take a picture because I'm like, this place is just called I'm Donut. I was like, I did not get a donut there. I didn't have time because I had a mission, but it was just I'm Donut. I had to take a picture, but everyone here too, because in Shinjuku, and more like Shibuya and stuff, there were like a mixture of a more properly dressed people. Where we were staying in Shinjuku, there were a bunch of like some government buildings around, so we saw like a bunch of people like dressed up, actual like suits and things. But in Harajuku it was the fashion district, and so you got to see like actual fashion icons just walking on the street. And I don't know how to like, I'm not good at fashion, but I was like, damn, like whatever you are doing right now. Like I saw like people with like platform boots like that tall, and I'm like, hey, that's sick. I wish I could rock something like that. How the fuck are you not falling down? That's crazy. Or like they'd have like giant puffy jackets with like the sleeves missing, and I'm like, oh, neat. Like actual like high fashion, yeah. There was this cool building that I saw in Harajuku where it was like I don't know, it was cool. So I took a picture of it. That's a vest. No, but it was like so puffy where it was like, it wasn't like, it was like, they looked like a marshmallow. It wasn't like a puffer. It was a marshmallow. That's all I could say. I didn't take a picture because that'd be weird. Yeah, kind of more like a life jacket. Anyways, so yeah, I saw this. This is kind of like a cool building. Here was another one that I thought was pretty neat. It had broken English, where it was bright and cheerful Harajuku, mentor built brave castle of the world. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. It's in my language, but sure. I was like, yeah, you say your truth, you know? Hell yeah. Yeah. You're inspired, hacker. Hey, mentor built brave castle. My life. It's probably how they feel when they see Japanese written here. I mean, part of me, like, what if I got, like, I think it would be so funny if I got, like, a tattoo. If I got a tattoo written in Japanese, but the tattoo just says written in Japanese. Like, in Japanese. like in kanji. It goes along with the lines of, like, the other tattoo I really want. So I have my doodle tattoo on my left calf. But then I want to get like another tattoo on my on above my right knee that says left leg. I just think it's so funny. Like, I don't know why, but I also want it like not facing the people that are reading it, like other people. I want it upside down, so then it looks like I'm reading it. So it's like just to check. So yeah, I told my parents that I wanted to get that, and they were like, you know, I love my mom, I love my dad. My mom was already a little iffy of me getting like a tattoo first. She's like, hey, you know, you can do whatever you want. We'll support you in it. We wouldn't do that. But I mentioned that to them, and they're like, don't do that. Don't. My mom was very afraid of, for some reason, for some reason, if I ended up getting into an accident where they had to amputate one of my legs, which already we're in a realm of super low chances, that they would look at the tattoo and then amputate the wrong leg. And I'm like, I feel like that's not going to happen. First off, I don't, second off, if that did happen, that's crazy. I feel like if they looked at a man's tattoos that said left leg above the right knee and then amputated that leg, I don't know. I feel like I would be rich. I'd get a check for sure, anyways. Also the cool thing about like just all of these places in Japan is that there will be just shrines in the middle of an incredibly busy intersection and just a row of buildings. So like I took a picture of this, right? Like you have two big buildings full of clothing, fashion, everything, and there's just a shrine just in the middle of it, just right here. And I thought that was just really cool. Other thing too that I saw in Harajuku that I wanted to tell you guys specifically, Zelda shrines. So you'll never guess where they got that idea from. Guys, they made shrines after Zelda. No way. So this was a really cool thing, which I thought I wanted to show you guys. I took this picture just to show you, which was the way they deal with parking lots in Japan, because there's a very limited space and zoning's just very odd, and not many people drive. I'll talk about public transport when we get to the Shinkansen. But this is how you would park your car. It's a vending machine, for cars. Genuinely, you would drive up your car here, and then it would lift. You get out, you pay everything, and then it would lift up your car. And so your car might be over here, and then if you needed your car back, it would grab your car up here and then come back down, and then it would spin it around and then spit it out here, which was pretty cool. This was another photo that I took where it's a turntable. You park in here, it brings your car up or whatever, and then when it comes down, you back it out, the turntable spins it around, and you drive out, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Now the thing is that you need to have small cars, and the other thing is dude, like the amount of Japanese trucks that were there is, obviously very high because we're in Japan, but like the little small trucks with the large beds, I was like, wow, this is really efficient for driving things places. If you need to get around and holding something, then you can have this. I just kept imagining. I was like, what the fuck would anyone with a Cybertruck in Japan do? Like, you wouldn't be able to do... First off, the bed would be smaller than any small little Japanese, truck. Second off, you wouldn't fit shit in there. You couldn't... you couldn't actually move your car through any of the roads. I was just imagining. I was like the amount... The cars in the U.S. are so big. They're so big. They're giant compared to literally anywhere else. It was wild to me. Here, let me play some encompassing stuff so we don't do you speak with any of the locals? Did you give your thoughts? Oh yeah, we've been talking. Throughout this entire trip, we would talk to people at bars, chill. We'd be I forgot the term for America. I've already lost it. But they'd ask, and YouTuber, how do you? And they'd ask, how you like Japan? Oh, it's great. It's casual stuff. And everyone was super welcoming. Oh, U.S., America. It was very nice. It was really cool. And they would always ask how we are, and then we'd be like, oh, we're sorry, we don't know too much Japanese, but we'd say that in Japanese. That was just great. So anyways, so then outside of Harajuku, I'm going back to the station because I've already gotten some stuff for my sister. Went to some fashion places, all this stuff. But then on the way back, I see this giant park. And rather than just like go back home to the hotel, I was like, you know what? I might as well just like go exploring. And I end up going to Yoyogi Park. If you guys don't know, you'll see in a sec though. You see this giant gate here. And all the sake barrels. And just like, look how pretty just this is. It's just giant sweeping trees throughout the entire thing. Just like, it is gorgeous. And I get here while the sun is setting. Like, there's sunset through the trees. Like, peeking out through. You can see the actual beautiful colors here as I'm walking down, just by myself, enjoying this. And it turns out, like, I actually remember this from when I visited Japan, like, a couple years ago. It ends up being the Meiji Shrine in Yoyogi. And I was like, oh my God, I've actually been here. I remember this specifically when I was, like, 15, 16 years old. And it's just gorgeous. And so I just, like, kind of, like, go all around, take some pictures. And one of the things is, like, when I was leaving, this was just something really cool, because I took this photo kind of like leaving the park after just exploring all the nature. We'll get to the nature pictures and stuff in a bit. But I was like leaving the park, and I just love seeing this giant skyscraper just like through the lens of like this gate here, because I was like, it's like the old like showing into the new. I don't know, I thought it was kind of like artistic. I thought this was like really cool, so I like kind of just took the photo, and I'm like, whoa, that's neat. Yeah, it's kind of like mixed, because you get like, you know, spoilers, whoopsies. But you get like something like this, a more traditional kind of building mixed with something like this, which is like the more modern stuff, you know. So I thought that was pretty neat, you know. So then after we did that, we ended up meeting up together. And I saw this like coffee bar, and just look how small. The engine, like sheer engineering and ingenuity. That's the word, right? It doesn't feel like a word. But the ingenuity, that doesn't feel like a real word anymore. I've said it too many times now. That business owners in Japan go through to make something and fit things in is just insane. Like, this is the width of the entire area. Like, actually, it grows out just like slightly. So it doesn't, it's not that much more. It's kind of wedged. This is like basically the entire width of the cafe. You just kind of go in there, you kind of squeeze in. The person working is only at this part, not this part. But you can walk over here. I thought it was really cool, so I took that for you guys. And then we end up meeting up. We go back to Shinjuku. It's me, Doug, Dan, and Alex. You can go inside. Yeah, you can go inside that. And Alex brings us to... We kind of realized this a little bit earlier, but we, at this point, have had pretty much all of the food that we wanted. We have tempura, we had ramen, we had some curry, we had omurice, we had everything. And we realized, we're like, oh, shit. We didn't have sushi. It was like, oh my God, that's crazy. Hell yeah, we gotta get sushi. So then Alex ends up bringing us to this pretty cool sushi bar in Shinjuku. So we just kind of like walk over there, and we are the only ones in the bar. We're the only ones, and it is some of the most fun that I've had during like a dining experience. Relatively not that expensive too, by the way. I'll get to the price at the end of at the end of this, right? But genuinely not that expensive in US or even in yen. Because but basically it's just us in the bar. It's these two sushi chefs, and they are initially a little bit like foreigner, you know, like, okay, sure, I guess, yeah, like, no. Alex speaks fluent Japanese, so they're, you know, a little bit more fine with this. They're like, okay, cool, like, we'll just like order and talk through him and everything. But then after serving our first thing, they served us some tea and stuff, and we start like talking to them. But after serving us our first thing, and then I think this is halibut. And we eat it, and all of us are like oishi, like oh, it's so good. Like we start like actually just like I'm so glad I wore my white pants, you know. We're like, oh my god, this is the best sushi we've ever had, and like the joy that the chefs had on their faces when we are just elated by this food. They just get so happy because they're like, oh my god, this is amazing. So we're trying to like learn like what are these things in Japanese, like tell us how. So they're teaching us Japanese while like telling us what these things are. They're prepping it for us. It's so wholesome. They're having the time of their lives. Because every single time they would feed us something, right? They'd also suggest, they're like, do you want to, like, they'd be like, do you want to try like tuna chin? You know, they'd be like pointing, you know? And we're like, yeah, like, hi, yes, yeah. Like, okay, cool. And then they'd start making it, you know? Do you want to try squid? Yes, I. So they're just like actively just feeding us of like, do you want to try this? Like, do you want to? It's really good. And Alex is like, are you guys sure? And they're like, oh hell yeah, you know. So we get like here's just like a slideshow of like some of the things that we got. Like we had like shrimp and stuff. The thing with the prawn here, and this was so interesting, was you just eat this part. They cooked it like fine. It was a little pointy and stuff, but you just eat the head. And it tasted really, really good. Like you chew on it a little bit, but it would go down really easily. And then I didn't take a picture of the chin. We just kind of like it. That melts in your mouth. Apparently, tuna chin is like a thing you can eat. We were like ecstatic about that. This was fatty tuna. We ordered we reordered like 2 or 3 of these afterwards. It's oh my god, you can see just like how I'm going to use this word, and I want you to realize what I mean when I say this, but it was wet. like it was moist. Shit, like you put that in your mouth, melted away, and you're like, ooh, oh, incredible. This was sea urchin. Not totally for me. It was good. It's a little too slimy personally, but it also tasted really good too. And that was us at the sushi bar. Just all of us together. The chef took the picture because he said, "Oh, do you want photo?" And we're like, "Yeah, you know." So this is us like the happiest we've been, and the entire meal was about 30,000 yen, which normally would be like, wow, that's a lot of money for like the highest quality like sushi. 30,000 yen in US is about $200 total for 4 people. We paid $50 each for this food. Which $50 expensive for a meal, you know, but for high quality, the best sushi I've ever had in my life, cheap as hell. This would be $200 per person in the US. Like that's it. Insane. It was just amazing, you know. So that's all of us together, you know. In California, yeah, but are you really buying sushi from Montana? You know, like, like, you know, like, yeah, you could probably get $50 sushi in Montana, but do you really want to get $50 sushi from Montana? That's the question. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. My best sushi places in Jersey. Glaze. You seem like a great chatter. You've TTS'd in the past. But you cannot compare New Jersey sushi to Japan. I'm sorry. You can't do that. I was comparing it to Montana. All right, that's fair. I just thought that was funny. Anyways. So some of the best sushi that we've had. And this once again was a place that Alex brought us to. And Alex, like at this point, like he has pretty much like brought us to every single restaurant. And this is important for later. Genuinely important for later. Alex has brought us to pretty much every single restaurant that we've had throughout the course of this trip. He's been with us for like every single day. There's been, I think, 1 or 2 times where I've had to choose places. I was like the travel coordinator for the group. I was like, all right, we need to go here. We need to take this train. We need to take this subway. Here's the place. Like, I'll find the restaurant. So I ended up finding like a really nice ramen place and all this stuff. But Alex is the one who's like genuinely, for most of these amazing meals, he knows how to find it. And he also knows like the tips and tricks. You should ask him next time he's live. Mods, can we get a shout out for Arex right now? I don't think he's live right now, but when he is, you should ask him, chat, like how he finds just great places on like Yelp and like Google reviews and stuff, because he's able to weed out like good stuff from bad stuff. And I don't know, because he's never eaten this at the sushi spot, by the way. Like this place, this was his first time too. And he's agreed. He's like, wow, this is just like the best sushi that I've had. I don't know how he does it. So we end up leaving. We find this like, we keep chilling. We go to like a bar or something, and we just find, I don't know, take a picture of these like lights in this back alleyway because I think it's really cute. And then we go to the fish market. So this is like a day or two before we go to Kyoto, and this is we want to go to the fish market. You know, we've been to pretty much everywhere that we've wanted to go at this point in Tokyo. We went to Akihabara, we've been to Nakano, Shibuya, Shinjuku, Harajuku, Yoyogi, so many different districts in Tokyo. And we've also, I think at this point now, also been to like downtown Tokyo as well. And so we're like, oh, let's go to the fish market. Let's check it out. But we have a late start to the day. Just because we're kind of tired, you know, kind of chill. We have a little bit of a late start. I think at this point, Alex is like, oh, I'm going to go stream and stuff. So we're just having a chill thing. We're, all right, cool. We'll just like take the subway there, you know, whatever. We end up showing up to the fish market late. And not like late, but like extremely late. Late enough where everything's closed. Like the market's shut down. Nobody's serving food anymore. Like nobody's doing deals. It's like 4 p.m. Pacific. Or sorry, 4 p.m. Japan time, not Pacific. And the market's way gone. So we're like, oh shit. But like, what can we expect? You know, we were late, and you know, we were late, but like it's whatever, you know. But Alex isn't with us, and this is really important to note. Alex is not with us at this point, right? Because he's doing his own thing. And so we're kind of hungry because we are like pretty late in the day. We've had like some marginal snacks from like 7-Eleven and stuff. And so we're like, you know what? Let's go looking for a restaurant. And guys, this is where the day turned from okay to all right. Because we've already missed out on the fish market. And here's something you need to know about Dan. About Mr. Failboat Dan. He is one of the most confident people that I know. And I mean this in a great way. He is one of the most confident people. But the thing is that he's confident to a fault. where let's say I'm the person who knows the directions, right? I'm like, okay, we need to turn right here. We need to take the Yamanote line, platform 13. We need to go here to Yoyogi, whatever, right? Like, here we go. But the thing is like, he's so tall and his stride is so long, and he's so confident that he'll just stay in front of us. Like, it'll be Doug, Dan, and I, and he'll be in the front. And so I'll have to like kind of be like left and just in front, like for him to turn. And so there's multiple times where like we'll be like in for example, we'd be in the station and we'll be like walking towards a spot and he'll just go through the turnstile and we're like, no, we're going there. We're not taking the that line. We're taking a different line, so we'll have to go back out, Or like he'll start going up like an escalator and we're not going up the escalator. And so we have to, okay, now we're going back down, And like he'll if you watch One Piece, yeah, Zoro, exactly. That's who Dan is. He'll get lost somehow, in like super confidently lost. And it's so funny all of the time. And it becomes just like just a fun thing between friends. We're like, this is hilarious that, you're in once again leading us down a road that we're like, I'm the one who's doing the traveling or whatever, And so at this point in the fish market, we are like, hey, yeah, okay. We're like, okay, you know what? Dan, you're so confident in the places that you go. We're going to choose a spot based on where you walk. So go. So we just start walking. We're just following where Dan wants to go. He's just wherever he wants to, wherever he wants to go, wherever his brain will take him. If he feels like going right, he'll go right. If he feels like going left, he'll go left. And we just keep walking. We end up, looking for a restaurant here, as we do. And he's like, you know what? We're going to choose this place. Sure. We're starving at this point, Doug specifically wants like protein. So we look for a place with protein. And also, we realize that, hey, we're going to be doing some drinking tonight. We also don't want a place with alcohol. Like, we don't want to drink tonight, like for this restaurant. We want some food with like some protein. And so that's the things that we have told Dan to find, right? And so we end up finding a small little hole-in-the-wall place in the Tsukiji Fish Market, a little bit outside of the outskirts of it, and we end up walking in, and here's a piece of food that we got from that fish market. Wow, karage, fried chicken, awesome, right? I'm mainly showing you this so I can switch the slide, because you can see something in the background here. So we walk in and we ask for like an English menu, which we know how to say in Japanese. And by we, I mean Doug. And they don't have an English menu. We're like, okay, cool. That's fine. We know the words for we'll have this and what do you recommend? And so we end up kind of like looking and kind of perusing and trying to like Google Translate the menu. It's one of the first times that we're truly without Alex for our restaurant. And so we're kind of just like trying everything, and we're like trying to maybe go by pictures. Some of them have pictures. We end up calling the guy over at this restaurant, and we're like, yeah, hey, what do you like? We look at the picture. We're like, we'll take that and that and that. But he says, no, out. Like, he doesn't have any more of the things that we want. And we're like, oh, okay, sure. And then we're like, how about this? And he's like, out. We're like, okay, fuck, okay. And now we've gone through all of the things that we want, and all the thing, and at this point as well, we are now through all of the things that have pictures too. So at this point, we're in the fuck it, we ball stage where we're like, we don't know what we're gonna order. So Doug asks, what do you recommend? And he's like, oh, I recommend, like, he says in Japanese, essentially like, I recommend this, or this, or this. And Doug is like, we'll take all of those because we're really hungry. We'll take all of those. And he looks at Doug and us weird. He's like, all of them? He's like, oh. And we're like, yeah, all. He's like, okay. And so we're like, okay, sure. Haha. And he's like, he essentially mentions that like, no, you have to get a drink as well. Like, you have to get a drink. And we're like, what? And then it dawns on us for the first time. We're like, oh, we're not at a restaurant. We're at a bar. So we are already like crossing off one of those things that we needed of no drinks. We have to, like I said before, the drinking stream, you have to order a drink basically when you're in a bar. Like that's just like culture. You have to do that. Or any drink. It doesn't have to be alcoholic, but we also don't know what we're ordering. So I'm like, I'll take the pink drink there. Like I'll take this one. And you can see here, actually ends up being like one of my favorite drinks. It's like a soda, kind of fizzy soju kind of thing, but it's alcohol straight up. Like, and we're already like a little, like I think 3 or 4 days out from the drinking stream, and we don't really want more alcohol either, but sure, we'll take it at this point. So we're all ordering, we're like, oh shit, this is a bar. You know, this is fine. You know what? And we're ordering bar food. Sure. The thing is though, just don't drink it. No, you can't just not drink something. You can't like you can't do that. No, you can't really order something and then not eat it. It's like really rude. Like you can't do that. That's one of the things too, where it's like that's, you know, one of the things when you order in Japan, it's like it's a little disrespectful. Where you have to like, it's like kind of crazy, right? Because it's like we're flying by the seat of our pants here. We're ordering things that we don't know, and we also are like getting alcoholic drinks that we don't know either, and we have to drink it, otherwise it's like rude, right? So we're like, damn. So then one of the pieces of food comes out, and we realize what we've ordered. Chicken sashimi. Raw chicken. Just raw chicken. And yep, those are raw onions as well. We're like, oh boy. Can't wait for this. Good times. Just great times. And once again, because of like, oh, just don't eat it. No, we have to. It's rude not to. We can't just order it and then not eat it. we have to eat it. So we split it up, right? There's 5 here. I took 2. I think Dan took 2, and Doug took 1. And I finished off the onions, you know. And we're like, all right. Hey, that was one of the things I did want to try in Japan, because I saw it like in a couple places, and I was just curious. I was like, I actually am curious about eating chicken sashimi. I think it'd be kind of interesting, you know. And so I was like, you know what? I'm not too mad at that. We got this. I'm still a little hungry, but I'm glad that we got raw chicken, because I wanted to actually try it. It was okay. It wasn't bad. It tastes like what you think it would taste, if that makes any sense. You know, if you feel chicken or smell it, that's kind of how it tastes, you know? It tastes exactly what you think it would. It's a little gummy and all this stuff. And we also already are checking off that box somehow, where we're like, we wanted protein, and the monkey's paw curled because we got protein. And oh boy, did we get more protein. He comes out with the second dish, and it is arguably worse than the first because it's more raw chicken with a raw egg yolk on top and more raw onion. And we're like, brother, we invented fire thousands of years ago. Use it. This is a thing we've known for a while now. It exists. Cook food. Ho ho, you know, like just a monkey see, you know, fire. Please. Like at this point, we're at this bar, right? And we're like kind of whispering between each other. And we're like, dude, please, brother and bear, use your talents. Like, this has been a thing for decades now, centuries, millennia actually. We've known fire is here, like insane. So we end up obviously also trying to eat this other plate, because we once again can't be rude. So we break the yolk, smother it all over the raw chicken once again, and then eat it. As you can see, this is why he was like, oh, you want all of the recommendations? I think very clearly. Because he was like, wow, that's a lot of raw chicken to have. So yeah, this actual dish wasn't bad. I think this was my my favorite dish we got. Genuinely was really good. The broken egg yolk was kind of fantastic, you know. It really like blended well. Plus like I don't know, it was just great. And we were actually like really confident at this point. We're like, okay, we've had karage, we've had like fried chicken, we've had the 2 raw chicken sashimis. We have one more thing coming in. And we're actually like, finally, yes, because behind the counter, we hear the sound of sizzling, cooking, a stove on. And there's like one other, you know, 2 other people in the bar as well, but they're clearly already done with their stuff. And so we know for a fact as well that they're done. Like they're about to leave. And so we have like deduced the social situation, everything happening behind the bar and in front of us, that he is using fire, and it is for us for this last meal. And we are ecstatic. I am telling you right now, oh, when we heard that sizzle, we were like, ooh, we cannot wait to see what he's cooking. My God, finally. He comes out with the third. And still to this day, we have no idea why we heard sizzling or what he was cooking. Because, guys, it was more chicken sashimi! It was another piece of breast. And we're like, why? What were you cooking? What was on the stove? Because he stopped the stove and then took this thing out and served it to us. And we're like, what the fuck? What the hell, man? We're like, what the hell? So this last pit, I think this last plate was like by far the worst of the 3. It was like there really wasn't sauce on that. There was nothing to add to it. It was just raw chicken. Just completely raw chicken. No seasoning. Great. So we end up eating this one too. We split it once again, and we leave the bar knowing that we were still hungry and possibly with salmonella. The thing is too, we probably made the biggest mistake at the end of this meal, and we took out our phones and looked up the symptoms of salmonella and if we could die from it and how to cure it and everything. And we were like WebMDing ourselves. We're like, oh, we can't wait for the worms. The thing is that with our drinks, I got a drink, Dan got a drink, and Doug ended up without a alcoholic drink. So we lucked out with that. But the thing is the only thing that we would actually like copium our way through, the only way that we would like tell ourselves that things would be okay, is by mentioning that the acidity from the alcohol that we just consumed would kill any worm that entered our body. And guys, I can say safely that about a week later, 2 weeks later, I'm still alive. I did not get salmonella, and I didn't feel like shit later. I am worm-free. That's right. I lived, bitch. Well, I'm salmonella-free. I could still have a brain worm. That's not... I haven't been tested for that yet. So we don't know that for sure. But I don't have salmonella, and that's important, you know? that's for later. Anyways, this is basically the first or about second time that we ever had to get a meal without Alex, and somehow we ended up ordering 3 plates of raw chicken. So we were like, wow, we really can't get worse than that, right? Anyways, so foreshadowing is a literary device in which anyways, we end up going to like a separate like chain tempura place and eat food there, you know, in hopes that would actually fill us. So it, you know, this is us just like at the bar, just being like, what the hell did we? You can already see like all of the eaten plates of all the raw chicken there, and yeah. So Kyoto. So we decided to actually split the trip into Tokyo, and then we wanted to go somewhere else besides Tokyo, and then we wanted to go back to Tokyo, and we chose between 3 different places: Nagoya, Osaka, or Kyoto. And I particularly wanted to go to Kyoto because I've already been to Osaka before, and I didn't really care about Nagoya, so I was like, all right, let's go to Kyoto. I want to see like more traditional buildings and have my little touristy moment with like nature and just like see like more popular things, you know. So we ended up going to Kyoto, and I forget what this. I admit I forget what this is. Oh yeah, this is yeah, okay. So this is like so cool. I don't. If you guys follow my Blue Sky or Twitter, you'll realize that I just tweeted out one day. I was like, I love trains, and yep, I like trains. If there was ever like a, you know, I think Doug put it pretty well, and he's like, I know you don't like you I know you're not like this, right? But like, if you were autistic and you told me I like trains, in the way that you did it, I would believe it. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah, I love trains. And I'm like texting like my sister, I love trains, and she was like, same. And I was like, yeah. Anyways, so I was like a super no, I'm not neurotypical or anything, no. But I was like neurotypical questioning. No, but I was like specifically like the way that I was being like jumping up and down around the fucking platform and being like, I fucking love trains, was just really funny. But yeah, this was the Shinkansen, the bullet train, high-speed rail, just coming in. And I thought it was just so cool. I mean, just look at the shape of it. Also, it's like all electric, right? So look at like, you'll see the coils in a second. But I thought it was so cool just seeing it. Right. Yeah, right here. I just thought like this is just so cool. Where I'm like, damn, those things are huge, you know? I was like, god damn. And I mean, the train goes like 200 miles per hour. So the reason why I'm mentioning all of this and showing this is because we're going from Tokyo to Kyoto. And that's like 250-ish miles away, 270 miles away of a sort of travel time. And so we're going to take high-speed rail. And we decided to take the Shinkansen. And this is the part of the my storytelling here where I'm going to tell you public transit in Japan fucks. Like, everything's walkable in Tokyo. You can get around without... I saw Alex, by the way, in chat. Hi, Alex. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I miss you, bud. But, like, public transit in Japan fucks. Everything... You can go in... Like, you can travel and live in Japan without ever having a car, pretty much. I know, like, Alex bikes pretty much everywhere. I don't even know if like Connor has a car. Genuinely, you can just walk everywhere too. Because the train lines are pretty much always on time. First off, there's very rarely ever a delay, if you know. And not only that, but there's like trains every like 3-4 minutes, and they go pretty fast. It's fantastic. There's the trains above ground. There's subways below ground. You can go anywhere you want within like, you just go to the station, you go. And not only that, but it costs like $1 to ride. And the trains are super clean. Nobody really talks on the trains. There's nobody calling. There's nobody like busking or like rapping. Oh, you know, like, you know, all this stuff, right? Like, there's no, it's pretty silent, you know, minus like maybe like one small whispered conversation or so. Great quality. It's super clean. Like physically clean, you know, and it's pretty nice and it's very pretty. No epic sax battles. Yeah. So that's, it's just fantastic. And then not only that, but the high-speed rail is for places where you want to go between cities, right? From Tokyo to Nagoya, Tokyo to Kyoto, Osaka, whatever you want to take. This is Shinkansen. And it goes like, it's high-speed rail. It goes like 200 miles per hour. So a 270-mile trip was like 2 hours long. And it was like 2 hours, 8 minutes or something. And it was super fast. Because what we did was we took a local subway or a local train to the Tokyo station, and then we went from Tokyo station to we were in Shinagawa, and we went from Shinagawa to Kyoto station through the Shinkansen, and that was it. We just took transit to transit to transit, and I think in total, it cost me like $100. $80. I think like $80, or something like that. And the train cars are super spacious. There's overhead luggage and everything. You can just kind of just vibe. It's great. One of the nicest bathrooms that we haven't talked about the bathrooms, or like the bidets or anything. We'll get to that. Was just like on the Shinkansen. Like there's a whole room just for the bathroom, which was great. Sounds nice, but I bet they don't have a Kitar bear. What the fuck is that? So anyways, that is public transit, and we were so like in love with Japanese public transit that we were like kind of literally on the Shinkansen looking up why California doesn't have like high-speed rail yet. And the answer that we came up to, or just like in general, like why the US doesn't have high-speed rail, and the general answer that we came to is there's a lot of problems and everyone wants it, but not really. Does that make sense? Everyone, like a lot of people are like, wow, I hope we can get high-speed rail. That'd be great. But like nobody wants high-speed rail on their property. You know? And and nobody wants their money to pay for it. And nobody wants like, you know, so people want it, but not enough. And so we're like actively looking, we're like, oh, actually this isn't going to happen in the US like ever. So yeah. So that's just not happening. But anyways. So yeah, anyways. So here's the actual view, like how fast we were going on the Shinkansen. Like just look how speedy this thing is. Super silent on the train as well. But we're going like 230 miles per hour or something like that. Whee! Just down the trip. It's just super, super fast going by. I just took this because I was like, wow, it's just really fast. And there's like, you can see there's barriers too for sound. So it's not too loud for everyone there. Here is the food that I got. So this was food that I had in the that I got in the station. It's like some cool like octopus medley with like some roll that I had. Fantastic food. As you can see, it was 928 yen, which means this was $6. $6 US. So yeah, seats were extremely comfortable. Plenty of leg room. Everything. It was just awesome, you know. Anyways, I know, what a steal. This was also one of the views that we had on the Shinkansen, which was just of Mount Fuji. It was just out the window. And I was like, yeah, whoa, shit. I was like, oh my God. It was beautiful. Clear day. Oh, you can see the snow-capped mountains and everything. Oh, and then we got to Kyoto Station. And we found the onigiri in the world. Out of all of the onigiri, we found one of them. That's right. I saw your posts. Yep. I literally took a picture of this, and I kid you not, I talked to Doug and Dan, and I was like, yeah, this tweet's about to bang. This was a good one, guys. And they're like, yeah, man. I was like, no, this one's good. This one's sick. It's gonna be really funny. And they're like, yeah, sure, man. And then it flopped. It like did not do well at all. Like it was just kind of like it was kind of like I don't think many people got the joke either because it's pretty niche. And there's like, oh, look at PointCrow, he's doing stuff. You know, it's chill. So I was like, okay, yeah, we got to double down, right? You know, I was like, so we're like, okay, so we went a different day. Yeah, I want to let you know that I think of these photos, most of them were separate days. So I was like, okay, maybe I need to have like the onigiri in the photo to make it like make more sense, you know? And then no, and then we went a different day, and we all got onigiri, right? So every time we went to Kyoto Station, we would stop by this place and buy onigiri. It's like, oh, what if I have you guys in there too, you know? And then Doug's like, oh, it'd be really funny if you like threaten people to like actually like the tweet. And then this was on the same day. He lies down on the ground and we're like, okay, really quick, take the photo. And this guy, he's just kind of like looking, and he's like, oh, why? Like he comes up to me afterwards. He's like, why ground? Like he's like, why ground or whatever. I'm like, oh, photo and everything. He's like, oh no, like he like doesn't understand. Like daijoubu, like you guys like, we're like, yeah, no, we're good, don't worry. So yeah, he's like, yeah. So this was like a very tourist photo of like, this was the amusement park tweet, you know. So, but we did it really fast, and we're like, okay, you know, all good. So I learned though that if you just double down on your joke that's not funny, it actually just makes it funnier. All the time. That's right. Anyways, so we also got a ton of food here. We did the thing like a lot of American tourists do in Japan, where we just order so much food where people are like, are you sure you can eat that? And we're like, no, yeah, like keep it coming. Like we want more food, you know? So we got some, for some reason, I got some cabbage. This was really good, by the way. This is really good. But the, for some reason, they had they had cabbage, but I was like, it's like iced cabbage. So it's like, it's iceberg lettuce technically, you know? Is that what that means? I don't know. It was just iced. It was weird. I don't know why there was ice there. That's why I took a photo of it, because it was just weird. This, by the way, was horse meat. So apparently, there's they serve horse meat. And I was like, huh, interesting. So before I ordered it, I like called up one of my friends that rides horses, and I was like, hey, is it okay if I buy this? you know, because they ride horses. Is it okay if I buy this to eat it? And they were like, and I was just going to go off of their answer. You know, and they were like, yes, you can. Also, let me know how it is. So I was like, okay, all right, sure. You know, if they say it's okay, you know, I'll take it. And so we ended up ordering a horse meat, and it was like, no, not the horse intestines girl, chat. That's that's a college story. That's a deep cut. That's funny. No. That's that's a whole other thing. But it was just all right. Like it tasted like the most like tasteless meat you've ever had. Like, it didn't taste like meat. It wasn't fatty enough where it tasted like fat. It just kind of was there. It tasted like bland meat. Maybe I didn't have good horse meat. Yeah, it's extremely lean. But I was just kind of like, all right, you know. It was also pretty raw, so, you know. There wasn't much of a flavor, if any. So I really can't tell you what it tasted like other than it didn't taste like anything. Here is some noodles I got. Some more noodles I got. Some karage. This was Doug got some eel, which is pretty good. And then we go to you might be like, PointCrow, why are you taking a picture of this, right? So I ended up going to 7-Eleven after this, right, to get some food. As we do for most nights, you know, just to get it in the morning. This is spam and rice. Chat, I took a picture of this and I was like, yo, they got sushi spam here. Whoa, that's crazy. Apparently this is just like a thing. Yeah, musubi. Yeah, I didn't know that like this was actually just like a thing in general at all. So I took a picture. I showed Doug this, and I'm like, "Yo, that's crazy!" And he's like, "Hey, man, I hate to burst your bubble here, but that's like super common." He's like, "That's not like a Japanese exclusive thing. This is like everywhere." And I was like, "Oh, cool. Anyways. And then we go to one of the most wild places. I don't have much here to show, but we went to Don Quixote, which is like, I guess, Japanese Walmart, but like Japanese Walmart, but imagine it's your crazy uncle. You know? They have their own theme song. Like, they play this every now and then. Like, I wonder, can I play it? Here. Here. Yeah. Where's the... 1 second. Yeah. like this is just playing like while you're shopping, and you can see this, by the way, like in the background, like it just has, it's so packed in and has like everything here, like do you see this, you know? Like, it's so tight spaced with everything you could ever ask for anything, you know? I was like, that's insane. So anyways, that's just the Don Quixote that we went to. We just needed some things because it got really cold in Kyoto, and you'll see later. But in Japan, in Tokyo, it was like 50-ish, maybe 40, high 40s. In Kyoto, it was low 30s, high 20s. It was really cold in Kyoto, and we were not prepped for that. We were prepped for moderately cold, not freezing temperatures. So we had to get some other things with this. So, yeah. So the next day, we end up going, and this was our nature day, right? So strap in, Peepo happy, maybe some wide Peepo happies, because let me show you some beautiful photos of the Kyoto countryside. So we end up going just to deeper Kyoto, and we just see some really cool buildings, some shrines, and everything. This is Doug and Failboat. Look at them; they're so happy. Yep, they're just both of them are having the time of their lives. I mean, just look at this. Wow, smiles everywhere. And we actually end up going to the bamboo forest. So we end up going to the bamboo forest, and it is gorgeous. I mean, just look at like these are going to be like moderately okay photos, but these are giant bamboo stalks. I mean, just just look at these, just covering everything. These are, just pretty photos of how tall these things are. I mean, just look, they're 3-4 stories tall. I don't know, more. I don't have a metric for you, but just gorgeous forests here. Also, we ended up going to this other park, a little bit deeper past the bamboo forest, and this is where the cherry blossoms are. It is winter, so so there's not much to see, but this is where the cherry blossoms would be if it was like spring, So it's pretty, we're a little early, so we got to see a lot of sticks. Wow, look at the sticks here, so many. Yeah, this is where the cherry blossoms would be if I had any. So yeah. But it was still very pretty. We got to see some really cool views of some more traditional housing and everything. I mean, this is just gorgeous. I mean, just look at this. A little overcast today, but beautiful nonetheless. We saw this really cool kind of fountain. We saw this really cool fountain and everything. And I learned something while I was here. I thought this was really, really, really cool. Japanese currency is really cool, really unique and crazy. Because a lot of the time they will, they're more cash based than credit, or card. So when we're going out in the US buying things, it's I'll put on my credit card, I'll put my credit card, it's a lot of card stuff, right? Digital everything. But in Japan, it's more cash, and they use a lot of coins specifically. So there's 100 yen coin. So we have $1. They have 100 yen coin. And the very neat thing about that, they have a 500 yen coin. I think it's the biggest one. It's 500 yen, $5 for us. And the cool thing about it is that they're all shaped differently, and they have very unique things about it. So if you're reaching into your coin purse to grab something, you can just feel what the coins are. So a 50 yen coin has a hole in the middle. A 100 yen is shaped moderately sized. 500's bigger. The 1 yen coin is incredibly light. It's just there's a whole cool thing to it. And the thing specifically that I found out that was very unique is about the 1 yen coin. 1 yen coins are incredibly light. So light, in fact, that you can actually float them on top of a pond. So if you carefully do it, the surface tension is that of, well, it's strong enough where you can just float it. unless something hits it, you know. So yeah, it's actually really, really cool. So you can see a whole group of 1 yen coins, like up here. And another one that I ended up floating right there before I took the video. It's like, whoa, that's so cool. This menace. Just threw a 10 yen in there. So yeah, so that's something cool I learned. I thought you guys would like to know. Yeah. So we're gonna see a couple more shrine photos as well. I mean, look, come on, look at this. The sun is like setting over the mountains as we're viewing this. It's like, oh God, it's so cool. It's beautiful. And then I like this specifically too because we're kind of like at the top of a hill. And you can see another little building kind of like in the middle of the mountain. And it's like, oh, it's just so pretty. And then I tried to take a soy jack photo, but it was kind of overblown. So I'm just pointing at nothing. I was like, whoa, but it was overexposed. So I kind of messed that one up a little bit. But it was great, you know? And this is actually a different angle of where we saw before. And it's so pretty because this is a river running along the like the canyon, right? And a little road here to some houses. And that's the little that's the I guess shrine that was up here, like right over here. So there's just a river that runs through this way, and just very pretty. And I took this little video as well. I just liked it, like Wes Anderson kind of style, you know, of you know, well, just a car just going along. It's just very serene. Just right along the edge of the little basin there. Yeah, just a little cute little car. I thought it was cool. And very pretty. I took it kind of just for me, you know. And then yeah. So then this is us now walking down a little bit farther past the park. The sun is setting, but it's just a beautiful, beautiful, picturesque, like golden hour moment. You can see just I should have taken more non-vertical photos. I'm so sorry. I became that guy where I was like oh, vertical photo, and I'm like, oh shit. I realized this while making this PowerPoint that I should have like rotated. I was like, damn it. But here's one, right? With Mr. Dan in the background. And as you can see, just amazing clouds in the back. It was just pretty. Like, this is a dam right here. Some restaurants off the side. A bridge over here. And now we're on this bridge, just kind of looking out. You can see the sun is setting and it kind of like rays against the hills in the background. Just kind of like hitting them at just the right moment. Oh, it's beautiful. Just it was like this moment where I'm like, I'm sold. I'm like, this is beautiful. Like, this is like some of the like prettiest views I've seen ever. It's just wow. Okay, cool. And we just randomly stumbled upon this too. We're just kind of vibing, walking through these parks and everything, and then we just go along a river, go across a bridge. The sun's setting, birds chirping, so pretty. And so we start getting hungry. Okay. We start getting hungry. Cool. Yeah, you might say. We are without Alex. I just want to preface this. We are without Alex. Once again. And we recognize that we're in a more tourist trappy kind of area. An area that, you know, it might not have amazing food. It's catered towards people coming there. Oh, I want to get ramen, haha. And it's just like kind of mediocre ramen. It's not like an actual kind of like place where you eat, But we recognize this. We're like, okay, we understand that this is not the vibe. That we are not we're just kind of vibing. We're just like, sure, we'll just take food. We're getting hungry. We came to see what we wanted to see and everything. And then we kind of just like on the way back to the train, we stumble upon this place. And we're like, you know what? We want more protein. It's been a while since we've had some meat, as it were. But we're like, no. Okay, we got to make sure that it's not chicken. We can't do the same thing again. And there's enough English where we're like, okay, we know what we want. And there's a place that says like Wagyu beef. Nice Wagyu. And we're like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's ball out. We'll have some Wagyu, Hell yeah. And we go to this like nice place. It's like a house kind of thing. Looks kind of like a mansion. Beautiful tapestries, like gorgeous lighting. And then we kind of like, oh sure, we'll take this spot. And we walk in, and we're the only ones there. We should have noted, right? We should have noted this. Immediately as we walk in, bad sign. Every place that we went to with Alex has a line, or like it's super busy, right? Already huge red flag. It is dinner time. Like it is 6 p.m. and we are here to eat. And they have like, it's a very nice like upscale kind of place. And nobody is there. Nobody. The person trying to seat us too wasn't even there. So we're just kind of sitting there for a little bit, like standing there. And then they kind of come out of the kitchen. Oh, we'll seat you. And they sit us in the corner right over here. Right? And so we're like, okay, interesting that it's kind of just nobody's here. But sure. We'll still order. Why not? We're very hungry. We don't want to like, and we're already so in that we probably have to order something anyways. So, yeah. So there's a couple options. And we choose to kind of ball out. Because we want the Wagyu. And so it's like, okay, you can get, it's like, I think it was, I'm trying to get my currency right here. 6,000 yen. I think it was 6,000 yen for Wagyu beef. Like a nice Wagyu, like, beef splits. And then 9,000 yen, though, if you want to add some sushi. Some fatty tuna as well on top of that. And we're like, you know what? We'll go. No, so it's about, it goes from about like $50 to about like $80, right? So we're like, you know what? We'll vibe. We'll get the Wagyu and we'll get the fatty tuna, and we'll all have it. So each one of us grabs a box, like a bento box with Wagyu, with some fatty tuna, and some other things like some miso soup and stuff, right? So hell yeah, we'll grab that. Sounds great. Doesn't take too long. Weirdly enough, doesn't take too long for them to serve us. Which is kind of weird, because we would kind of expect a little bit, like, we're the only ones there, so we have to probably wait to, have them cook the meat. We'll start with the sushi. This was the fatty tuna, which is weird that it looks this way. These are some like egg rolls. These are like some vegetables with some, a shrimp and fatty tuna. And let me compare this, okay, to, we're going to go back a little bit here. to this. You remember when I said this was wet and like melts in your mouth? Do you remember that, chat? Because wait, I don't want to. Yeah, because this was dry, and tuna did not have that fat. It was just kind of bland. I'm like, I paid $20 extra for this. 20 extra, 2 pieces. Ooh. And it was not good. But what was worse? It was lean tuna. What was worse was the actual Wagyu steak. As you can see, it doesn't look too appetizing. Weirdly a little overcooked. And cold. Cold. It was just totally refrigerated. They definitely had this as like a leftover from a previous like steak that they cooked, and then they like took it out. Like they put the rest into the refrigerator and then just like took it out. They didn't even like reheat. Right, it was just cold. And it wasn't like cold as like, ooh, freezing. No. It was like refrigerator cold. You know the feeling where you take something out of the refrigerator and it's like slightly colder than like, it's like, ooh, straight from the fridge. Tasted like shit. I'm dead serious. Like, dude, the worst meat I have had in my life. I'm going to be for real with you guys. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Do you guys remember that one video that I made where I took a Wagyu steak and then put it into a blender? I cooked it, put it into a blender, and then drank it? That was better than this. I'm dead serious. This was awful. Everything was cold. I didn't say this for this. The vegetables were cold here. Refrigerated. Everything was just dog shit. Did you tip? Did you send it back? No. You don't send things back in Japan. That's equivalent to spitting in the chef's face. You don't do that. And for did you tip? You don't tip in Japan. That's one of the things that like this could be a hot take, but I'll say it. I liked it a lot. You don't tip in Japan at all. You don't. It's considered pretty rude, actually, if you tip somebody. Because it's considered like, oh, you need this extra money. Like you're poor. Here, give, money. And I loved that. Because in Japan, it's just kind of like you get good service because it's, it's kind of like expected, it's like that's part of the gig. That's part of the job. We're paying you to do that. They're very proud of their work, and it's great. I guess in this case, I should have tipped them, right? Been like, get better meat. But here's my take. I wish it was the same way over here in the U.S. because it's kind of gotten a little bit out of control. Obviously, I think that employers should pay their employees more, so they don't like need tips. The thing is it's kind of gotten a little out of control because hey, if I go to Starbucks, okay, I could be wrong. Call me out if I'm wrong on this. If I go to Starbucks and I'm like, hey, can I have a latte? And they're like, yes. And then they get me the latte, and then they turn around their thing saying, do you want a tip? No. I will because I feel bad, but I don't want to. Like what? Like a tip? It should be for like an extra above and beyond. You have not done that. It is just you have taken my order And you want, and it, it pisses me off when it starts at like 20% and then 25, then 30. And I'm like, I'm 20%, an extra 20% on the already like $10 for like coffee that I'm paying an extra $2 for. It's a $12 coffee now. Like, what is this? Like, this is insane. Like, hey, they could be, extremely nice and super cool, and that's great. But it's like there's not much, like, okay, if it was extraordinary service from a waiter at a nice restaurant, yes, I will tip, especially, of course, like, hell yeah. Or if I'm at like a local bagel truck, and they remember my name, and they're like, hey, do you want your same order? Hey, thanks for coming back. Hell yeah, I'll tip. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, there was a local bagel truck that I used to go to all the time. The worker knew my name, knew my order. He knew things about my life. He was like, hey, how's this going? Oh, it's going great, chill. Super chill guy. There was some time where he was like, hey, this one's on me. Hey, I hope you have a good day today. I'd be like, what the hey, thanks, man. Right? I kid you, I would tip that guy like 40-50%. Like, I'd be like, because I'm thinking this is just good. This is great. You gave me a free thing just for coming back. I'm going to give you an extra. Take it, man. Go for it. Like, hell yeah. But if you're taking my order and that's it, and the total interaction I have with a human is basically like just, hey, can I have the thing? Yes? Cool. I don't want to, man. Like, it's but then I feel like I should. You feel me? Anyways, so that's the thing I really, really liked about Japan, was that I didn't have to tip. Because it was just, this is what it is. This is good service. We paid, it paid well. And then there's just no expectation for it. Like, I think the expectation of a tip already kind of ruins it. So anyways, the worst food the worst meat that I've had in my life. And this was the second time that Alex was not there. I was like, God damn it. Anyways, so second day in Kyoto, we actually went to Nara. So we didn't even go to Kyoto here. We went to Nara. And if you know anything about Nara, you are going to have a fun time. Because Nara is a place of deer. That's not deer. We'll get to that. This guys, this is a custard-filled strawberry croissant with powdered sugar. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh, shit. I'm glad I'm wearing my white pants right now, Jeez. Like, dude, I'm glad these things are... Sorry. Anyways, deer. So, the thing about Nara is that we were told, this entire time, that there are deer in Nara. It's like, wow, Nara is this city that just has a ton of deer. They're just kind of there, and we're like, that's so cool. All right. Wait, I think this is kind of spoilers. 1 second. And chat, the deer are everywhere. Everywhere. This is a random park in Nara. They're just there. It's not like, oh, this is like it's not like a tourist trap kind of like feed the deer at the zoo. No. They're just wandering the streets. They're on the sidewalk. There was a time that we were going to shrines, spoilers a little bit. We were on a path. A deer was just following us. And we're like, all right, we're just naming you like Beef Wellington. That's your name now. Come with us. And it did. Like, we had a deer friend for a solid like half hour there. It's crazy. This is also just so pretty. I mean, just look at this. I think there's a picture of me with a deer. He's so cute. Just adorable. And you can see they're just wandering here, Here's another picture of me with a deer. Here's another one. The deer got a little bit too close. And then here. And I think this is like, yeah. So they actually sell little wafers where you can feed the deer. And they love it. By the way, still, once again, they are everywhere. You can just feed the deer. And this is a video I took of Dan buying 3 stacks of crackers for the deer. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Doug, I need you. Doug, I need you. Don't go.
What have you done, man? They will headbutt you. They will like nip at your.
I'm not holding these crackers.
They'll nip at your clothes.
You're on your own.
Like they'll just.
On your own right now. I want the crackers so badly. I gotta feed them. They're such good boys.
That's not a deer.
Well, then I can't do the.
I don't have any. I'm sorry.
Do the packaging, Eric. The deers are gonna get me. Look at them. They're going crazy. I can't open the packaging. I don't have the fingernails for it.
Can you take a video on my phone? Or you just
Do you have games on your
I'm
phone?
just taking a giant video right now of both of you guys. I'm getting Dan right now.
I can't do the
Oh, hi. I don't have any. I literally don't have any.
I can't do it, Eric. I cannot do this stupid package.
Do it from the side. The side.
Oh, the side.
Yeah.
Oh, they're getting me. They're grabbing me, Eric.
I love this guy. He's just awesome.
Here you go. Here you go, please. Please, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, fight. No, don't eat theirs. Don't eat theirs. This one's for you. I'm sorry. Oh, God. No, I'm sorry.
This is like out of desperation, man.
I gotta get out of here. They see me as an easy mark.
For what it's worth, I think you are.
I am.
That guy has hearts.
I'm scared. I'm sorry. Oh, God, they're gonna start spearing me.
He's getting mugged.
So overwhelmed.
All right, Doug, do you want to?
So yeah, that's so literally you can just go around and feed crackers to the deer and this isn't just like, I want to reiterate, you'll see this more as we go through the PowerPoint. It is not just a park. This is all around the city, and deer there are super sacred. Like you don't be mean to deer. I mean, if you are, like, you're a shit person, right? But like if somebody is being caught being mean to a deer, you will get like shot. Well, not really, it's Japan, but like you'll get mugged, like people will like throw hands. It is a serious like crime, social crime. I think this is, yeah.
All right.
Okay. So here's another really cool thing is that these deer have been sort of they've been Pavloved kind of into doing doing tricks for crackers. And so what you'll do, and you'll see this in a sec, is you'll take out a cracker, and if you bow to the deer, they'll bow back, and then you feed them a cracker.
Oh, okay.
But that also happens too.
I'm getting like hit.
You want to bow?
I'm gonna get welts.
So you can kind of see them doing a little bit, right?
Oh, hello.
So whenever you see like, yeah, you see whenever they come up to you though, it's really, really funny because like they'll not even like wait for you to bow anymore, right? Like they'll not even wait for you to bow anymore. They'll just like go up to you and start like just aggressively bowing, like in hopes that you'll feed them. They're like, no, I'm doing it. Give me the cracker, right? I wonder here. Don't want to spoil you guys for the next thing.
Oh, hello.
All right, I think this is the next. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
got one
So
more,
here's
I got
another.
one more,
Yeah.
dude.
Of me doing the bowing thing with the. Yeah. See. He's like preempted. He's like he's pre-firing the bow. This is really cute. I think there's another. Oh yeah, and then the thing is too is that like these deer are actually getting kind of fat too, and so Dan just attempts to feed the ones that are like just sleeping. So he's just like bringing them the crackers now. Like they don't have to do any work. They're just getting fed.
I think he's sleeping.
They just he's
Literally sleeping, dude.
so cute. They're living the life, you know. They're living the life. Anyways, so here's some more architecture that we've seen. Really, really cute. Oh, sorry, that's a little bit loud. They're literally just awesome. So we go see some more architecture. We see some shrines, some temples. Oh, right. So Doug actually halfway through being in Nara, he needed to like send a wire transfer, like for some business thing, and so he ends up taking out his laptop, and he has a little helper. Like the deer just comes over and starts like biting at his laptop. So if you discern, you can see Doug's bank info on his on the laptop here. They taught the deer emails. Look at him, he's helping. This is really, really cute. So that was just fun. Also, here's another deer. He was a little confused. He was just kind of biting the. I don't think that was a cracker. So, yeah. Anyways, he got the spirit, you know. Anyways, this was another gate we saw, which was just gorgeous. Like, look at this wooden, wooden gate. Like, look how like tall it is compared to the people. This thing was just monstrous. And inside, like when you like walk through the gate, if you look to the right or the left, you'll see these like insane statues, like these guardians. And I'm like, that it was just large. Pictures cannot put how giant all of these things were. And then we went to go see the Great Buddha Temple. Dude, this thing was a highlight of the trip. It looks cool, right? It is so much bigger than you think. Once again, look at how big the people are. Look at this. Look at how like this is huge. This is huge. It's giant. And this also like made me realize, I think, yeah. So here's another one with perspective. This also made me realize, like, not realize, but it really like sunk in how young America is. Like, what we it's been like a couple America to 200-300 years, you know, for America. Like compared to pretty much every other place in the world, we don't have like we don't have like the culture, you know? Like there's not much history of like America. There's like Native American, you know, like culture and everything, right? But like if we're talking about like the United States country, right? Like what do we got? You know, compared to shit like this? Yeah, what we got Mount Rushmore? Like what the and that's even like that one's even like I don't really want to go see that, you know? It's just kind of like, okay, there's a guy's head in the middle of a mountain. Like that just feels weird, you know? Like I guess the culture is like a mix of all the other cultures, you know? Yeah, you know, we got Broadway. So that's cool. Buc-ee's is pretty neat. In and out, you know. So I guess that's that's there. Anyways, it just kind of like made me it kind of sunk in a little bit more of like everything that we have in the US is like pretty new, like relatively new. Like it's really hard to be like, and most of us are basically just immigrants, right? Everything's stolen, yeah. And we're like all just like kind of like immigrants, right, to the US. And so like I can't imagine like being somebody who like lives in China or Japan or like South Africa, like just anywhere with a lot of history, and being like, yeah, my ancestors, were here. Like, damn, like my family's been here for generations. And then like, because like the common culture thing that we have in at least the US here is like, where were your parents from? And it's always somewhere else. Like my mom, Italy. Like what is like it's never like, oh, I'm from America, so anyways, just something like just interesting. So yeah, this was the Great Buddha Temple. And it is, once again, I cannot put this into a picture properly. This was like a 5-story tall Buddha statue. Huge. Like this thing is giant. I really can't, like, I tried my best. I cannot put into perspective. You need to go here and view it for yourself. And I highly, highly recommend going to do it because it is beautiful. This was another, we end up, going through the temple, seeing a bunch of things. Doug gets some stuff. Dan gets some stuff. It was just beautiful, right? And then we just kind of like start wandering. Like we just start kind of wandering, like just traveling along like a path. And we're like, we're just gonna go view more of Nara. And things like this happen all of the time, where I would be like looking at the shrine and be like, wow, this bell is so pretty. Oh my God, right? And then just a fucking deer walks past. And I'm like, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. You go, deer. Like, they're all over. They're genuinely everywhere. And what was particularly like really pretty about this is like picture me, right? I'm like, whoa, this is so cool. Look at this bell. And then a deer walks past. Oh, I'll take a picture with the deer. And then it starts snowing. Like, you can't really see it here, but it's very, very light snow. And I'm like, oh, pretty. It's like, wow, I'm so glad we came here in the, in the winter time. I've seen snow before. I used to go skiing like every single year of my life, every winter. But it's like just seeing like snow in such a picturesque setting, is just gorgeous. It's gorgeous, especially in a place that I've never been before. And yeah, we just keep walking. This is just like the country. This is just like here. Like these aren't like totally notable places. They just exist. And we're like, holy shit, it's so pretty. Like look at this. Like this is just like, it starts snowing here. The bitrate might eat it, but you can see some snow. And we're just kind of walking by.
I don't have any.
Hello.
Once again, just deer everywhere. We have walked several miles past that initial park. And literally like everywhere. I think there's some more here. Yeah, it starts snowing a little bit more. There were some deer here too. But just gorgeous, so pretty. Nara, I think, had to be like one of my like more favorite places that we went to. Are the deer like cats? I guess a little bit, yeah. We saw like I have a video somewhere. I couldn't find it for today, where I like pan over, and there's just like this hillside. It starts snowing, and we see deer just prancing just along the hillside, and it's just beautiful. And we're like, wow, are we really living this? Like frolicking in the wild. Just it was just like it was sunset as well, like going down while we're just. I'm like, oh my god! I was just overwhelmed by the picturesque beauty that we were seeing. It's like, oh my god. Oh yeah, by the way, and then in a completely different thing, we got back to Kyoto after Nara, and we were like, hey, why don't we try out a pachinko parlor? We're like, hey, there's this giant sign that says Pachinko. Why don't we try it? So a little bit of a different vibe here. And before we get into this video, I need to preface something, okay? First off, it's gambling. Don't do it. You know, or if you do, know when you're stopping. Just don't do that. Not a great idea. Because Pachinko in this state of the vacation was like one of the craziest time and one of the most fun things that we did. But dude, when we stopped into the Pachinko parlor, it was fucking depressing. Because you hear, if you don't know what Pachinko is, right? If Pachinko is like, is small little metal balls. You'll see it in the video. Small little metal balls that hit off little pins, on this board. And depending on where they hit or where they land, you might win some money, right? That's just that's what Pachinko is. Any other rules? Fuck if I know. Okay, we really don't know. And then there's gambling. There's some slots involved and everything. It's really just kind of, you know, it will take your money. And we saw like so many people in there just staying there, just like. Just all like for hours, just hours on end, just staying there, just ripping some more pachinko, just keep going, more metal balls, doing absolutely nothing. There was a guy just like he was just sending the balls just like through, just like turning the knob, sending the balls through. He was just playing like a gacha game on his phone, and I was like, brother, you're not even like looking at the thing you're gambling. You're just kind of doing it. Like, this isn't, it's sad, right? So genuinely not a great, thing for Pachinko. But for this case, we were like, okay, we got to try it. We just got to try it. We just got to. And so we go into this Pachinko parlor right outside of the Kyoto station, and it's big words, Pachinko. All right, I guess we'll try. And the entire place is packed. First off, it's snowing outside, so we're like, yeah, people want to be indoors, right? But then it's just packed, except for, coincidentally, 3 side by side pachinko machines. And we're like, wow, what luck. Oh my god, we get 1 pachinko machine for each one of us. So we can, all 3 of us can just like put in maybe like $10 and just see what happens. It's crazy that they were right next to each other. Oh, wow. So we end up sitting down. And then we realized very quickly why those 3 machines in particular were machines that people were not taking. Titties. So many. Bikinis. Women running in the sand. Oh my god, I dropped something. Oh no. What's that? I couldn't hear you. Oh my god. And so we're like, okay, guys, we're not going to, we're just going to take it. We'll be the foreigners that are like, oh, women, we'll do it. We'll get the pachinko parlor out of the way. We'll see how it is. Sure. Right. So all 3 of us end up sitting down, gooner gambling as it were, and try the pachinko parlor. And so we end up each putting about 1,000 yen each, which is about $10. Well, it's about $6 if you do the conversion. $10 with that, right? So we end up putting about $6 in, each one of us. And it's crazy because there's flashing lights, and there's like a whole bunch of like beep, 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 beep. It's just overwhelming. And like idiots, like we are, we thought it would be really funny to turn the volume up because you can actually modify the volume on your own personal machine. And we all turned it up to like 10, like the highest setting, because we're like, we really want the experience here of what a pachinko parlor is like. We really want to get into it, you know, dive into the deep end, as it were. And so we're here, ding, 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 a whole bunch of things. We're like, oh shit. But the thing that happened is that Dan and I, our $6 doesn't go that long. It doesn't go that far. Each ball is about 4 yen, and we end up spending like 5 minutes on the machine. We see titties, we see butts, and we're like, okay. And it's just weird, and we're like, okay. You know, don't say finished early. That's not like, it's just the machine ended. And so we're like, okay, you know, whatever. So we just like stay there sitting. But Doug, for some reason, we don't know why, or we don't know how, because keep in mind, we can't read the machines. We don't read kanji. We can't read Japanese. And so we don't know what's going on. But for some reason, Doug ends up going on a generational run of pachinko. For some reason, he puts in $6 and Mans makes a trust fund.
Super challenge bonus.
Super challenge bonus.
Super challenge bonus. Oh. I got more. I don't. You got 20. I just spent all of them. Oh my god.
So that is, I wish I could show you more, chat. I don't know if I can show you more because that was the one clip where there weren't like titties on the screen, right? It was just it was genuinely like super bonus, you know, and the bright lights and like this is the pachinko and stuff, and he has his bonus rush. Guys, we end up spending, I shit you not. He is getting bonus after bonus after bonus after he gets a bonus into a bonus into another bonus. He gets like the super gold bonus and then like the extra bonus. He gets a whole like on his machine, he gets a full music video of all the different women and they're singing like all this stuff, and he's like, I don't know what's going on, and then he's in a pool and then he's like looking up and it's just crazy and it's weird, and he goes on a actual genuine generational run of pachinko. Like Mans cannot play anymore, and we're just like insane. We are there, I kid you not, for over an hour. He put in $6, like 1,000 yen, and we're there for like an hour, just waiting for his bonus to run out. We're like, all right, this is, yeah. If you don't, I guess it's like Peggle, you know, but no skill and all luck. He keeps getting like 7, 7, 7. He keeps rolling like triple sevens, and we end up how much do you make is a great question, right? So we end up looking, and on the top screen it says about I think it says something like 11,000 and then a thing, and we're like, wow, he put in 1,000 yen and he made 11,000, so he's like 10x his stuff. That's about like, he put in $6, he made 60, you know. And we're like, whoa, that's crazy, man. This is like the very end. We're like, thank God, it's finally over. And he like 10x his stuff. Like, that's crazy. And here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. That's not actually what he made. It's 11,000 something. We don't know what it is. It's not what he made because we have no idea. Japanese gambling laws are weird. They're odd. You're not allowed to gamble in Japan. You can't. Like, you actually cannot. It is illegal to gamble in Japan. I mean, like, PointCrow, aren't you breaking the law here? No. Technically, right? Because so this is the Pachinko machines. Underneath the Pachinko machines, in the second, like, the basement floor, are slots. Straight up slots. Like, genuine, like I'm rolling for cherries, I'm rolling for sevens, I'm rolling for whatever, right? You're like, that's actually gambling. How is that legal? And it's not. Technically. Right? It's not technically. So what you do is you go to the checkout machine or checkout, counter, and you can redeem your points that you get for prizes. So you can get like snacks, and you can get like a puzzle, or you can get like toys. And it's like, oh, so it's like an arcade. And so we're like, oh, we don't. So we just kind of lose. It's like kiddie gambling, right? Well, no. Because the loophole is you can buy little cards, right? You can buy cards that have like a cool value on it, and you're like, whoa. And then you leave the pachinko parlor to like the place like right next to it, not even across the street, just like you just pop out, and then you redeem, and then someone will buy the cards off of you for money. and that's how you do it. That's genuinely, and that's how you gamble in Japan. That's the loophole. And it's like, bro, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? It's like the game corner in Pokemon where you have the casino, right? And then you exit the game corner and you go to the building right next to it, and they'll just buy the cards that you have. And it turns out we're like 11,000. He redeems the cards. They give him 35,000 yen. He made like $280 off of $6. And we're like, huh? How? What the fuck? Yeah, so man's actually, generational run of Pachinko. So he can never play Pachinko again because he's like always up. So gambling always pays off. And for the next preceding week, anything that he's like, no, guys, I got this. I wanted Pachinko. But he only said that when he was going to pay. We like switched off. We had a rotation of like who was going to be paying. For what and everything. Which brings me to another thing, actually. Back to Shinjuku. But it brings me to another thing, right? And the fact that Alex was hanging out with us so much. And we loved Alex, right? And he was showing us these really cool places and all of these things, and like showing us and taking time off of his stream, his family, to hang out with us. And we're like, we are just like having so much fun with him. But we're also like, we don't want him to spend more money just because we're on vacation. You feel me? Like, if we're at the sushi place, we don't want him like chipping in $50 for sushi that he probably wouldn't have eaten otherwise. You know, because he's taking time off of stream and stuff too, right? So we ended up doing a fun thing. Right? We ended up doing a little fun thing where we made something up. We're like, so we initially were like, okay, we have like a rotation of who would pay for meals. So just to make it easier, because splitting a check is a little weird in Japan. It's kind of hard to say and everything. So what we did was I would pay for ramen. And then the next meal, Dan would pay for tempura. And then Doug would pay for sushi, right? And then, and so we just do like a little rotation. But whenever Alex was like, oh, let me pay, what we would do, and he didn't catch on for a while, we would be like, no, it's not your turn in the rotation yet. Like, no, it's not your turn. It's Doug's turn. Right? And so then the next time, like, he would be like, oh, let me pay. It's like, no, it's not your turn yet. It's Eric's turn. And he'd be like, oh, yeah, let me pay. Oh, no, it's Dan's turn. And then he'd like be like, okay, now it's my turn. He'd be like, what do you mean? No, it's not. What do you mean? It's Doug's turn. And so our goal was to see how many meals we could go without him paying for any of it. So he ended up snatching the sushi bill, which was very nice of him. But we quite literally after that we were like, you are not allowed to pay for anything ever again for us, because you are being too sweet by taking some time off and like helping us with this vacation, having fun. Like you physically cannot pay for us anymore. So we made it. Like, he eventually like wised up to it, but we really tried not to have him pay. So that was our fun rotation thing. So whenever it was after the Pachinko parlor, whenever it was Doug's rotation, he would be like, no, guys, I won Pachinko. I got this. So that was our fun little thing. Yeah, we told him afterwards, and we're like, no, we have now removed you from the rotation. You are literally not allowed to pay. Later, to the last thing about the rotation stuff is later in the actual vacation, we would do credit card roulette, where we would all put in our credit cards and have the waiter choose which one to charge, which is a really fun way to just kind of like have it be random and just like, you know, and chill. And the funny thing is that we would like remove his credit card or like we would like or like specifically we'd be like, no, you'll do the next credit card roulette, just not this one. Or like or like just sneaky kind of thing. There was one point though where we bought ice cream, and this was the very final thing that we bought together, right? It was ice cream. And he was trying to pay for ice cream. He was trying to do it sneakily, and I caught him trying to do it. And so I put in my, like, I take my card out. I fucking whip this thing out of my wallet, like, just like full on. And then I get under his card and I tap it at the cash register right before he can actually make it there. And I physically say, I'm like, oh, it's already been paid for. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. No, I got it. No, that was me. And so I sniped it, and I was very proud of that one. So anyways, that was a fun rotation kind of thing. So anyways, back to Shinjuku. We have a couple more slides here, and then we're actually almost done. But back to Shinjuku. This was Kyoto. It actually snowed overnight after Pachinko and everything. And this is at Kyoto Station. But it's just very pretty, you know. The other thing though is I took this video in the same vein as the last one that I did, where it was kind of like Wes Anderson, just kind of chill, just a guy walking in the snow. I thought it was kind of cool. I don't know. I thought it was pretty neat. So anyways, yeah. Back from Kyoto, we take the Shinkansen again, and this was my train snack this time. It was octopus tentacles, and it came in like a little ceramic pot, and it was really good. I loved all the food here, and it was just amazing. And then you get train snacks. No, so they don't serve snacks on the train unless you're in like first class and stuff, which we didn't get because we're just like, doesn't really matter for us. We would get these at the train station. So these were just at the train station that you could just buy. It was really good. And this was how pretty the way back was. Like this was, once again, it's snowing in Kyoto. It's snowing. And this was the train ride back. It's the tracks are, this is just in the. You can see the reflection here, but it's just all snowy. And there's more. There's more too. Because this is just a blizzard hits actually while we are on our way back on the Shinkansen. As you can see, it's a little odd. We're not going 230 miles per hour right now. We're going 0 actually. We're going 0 miles per hour. We actually stop on the tracks here, and for the first time, we actually message Alex, Connor, and Pete in our little group chat, and we're like, and for the first time that they've seen in like a hot second, our train was delayed because of the blizzard. Trains don't get late. They don't get late. And it was genuinely just blizzarding snow so much all over Kyoto, all over Nagoya. It was just like really pouring down on there. And they stopped the Shinkansen and everything. There's some traffic there and all that. And our train ends up being quite literally 2 hours late. This is coming from like, if a train company is a minute late, they will apologize over the speaker. 2 hours. At this point, we're also like, we don't really care. We're kind of like, we don't have any place to go. It's a travel day. We're kind of chilling, right? And we're like, that's a huge deal. But it was really pretty. We were able to really enjoy the snow, and I was able to make a huge dent in my other book, because at this point I finished Elantris, and I'm now reading the Arcanum Unbounded. I'm about halfway through right now. I'm getting to White Sands. I just finished Mistborn: The Secret History, which is really good. Pretty cool. So I got a lot of reading done on the Shinkansen, but it was really pretty. I mean, like, look at this. This was a sort of grave site that I thought was gorgeous, with the blizzard falling down just on all of the stone. This was when we got back. I don't know why this is not a bigger thing in the States, because my God, this was first off really cheap, and then second off, the best. We ended up meeting up with Alex and Pete, and we got chicken skin. This is just like chicken skin on a skewer. Oh my God. It is so... oh my God, I could eat that for days. Like, I basically ate this entire thing. It was so good. Like, actually amazing. If you ever have the opportunity to eat chicken skin, you should. We also got some... later, we got some hot pot, as you were, with actual Wagyu. So we were able to genuinely recoup the last Wagyu restaurant with some actual good stuff in the hot pot, which is really, really neat. And then we went back to this place where, dude, we ended up going back to the Rocket-Roo, I think it was called, the American like omurice place. And Doug ends up ordering. He's like, oh, I'll take this one thing. Ends up ordering this. Eats the stuff. Calls back the waiter. Can I have some more bread? First off, you don't order more food like at a restaurant, really. Like, once you order food, you've ordered food. You don't really get more food. You just kind of don't. You just kind of order all the food you want, and that's it. So he ends up ordering like 3 more bread, and waitress, oh, for all 3. And she's no, me. And she's like, what the fuck? She's like, okay. Ends up going out. He eats some of the bread. Comes back. Like, hey, can I have some more bread? Ends up getting 2 more pieces. Alex tells us, he like looks over when they put in the order and everything. He's like, they're making fun of you, Doug. They're like laughing because they're like giggling. The 2 waitresses, they're like giggling behind the counter, just being like, dude, this guy, like, he's ordering, what the hell? He's ordering so much bread. And Doug obviously doesn't care. Like, nobody here cares. But we're like, it's so funny. And he ends up ordering so much of this bread. Let's see. Yes. We're getting to the last final days of this. I have this actually. Fucking crack. This rice cracker dude, I brought like 4-5 bags back from Japan because this gave me life. It is so good. It's like a chili lime kind of flavored seaweed rice cracker. It is so good, dude. I'll probably have that after stream, honestly. Oh, and then I got an Umbreon. A new Umbreon card. Chat. Yeah. So this was we went back to Akihabara, and I wanted to buy some things, and so I ended up going to a card shop, and I see this, and it's for some amount of money, and I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money, and I end up like, the cool thing about my collection that I love is that I don't know when I'm going to come across this again, right? It's like a fun little gotcha kind of moment where you see the card and you're like, fuck, do I get it right now? Or do I bank on it in the future that I'll have to get it later? Like, will I come across it later? Or is it going to be cheaper later or more expensive? So you got to make this decision. Turns out, so this is a Japanese exclusive Eevee wearing an Umbreon poncho card. It's a Sun and Moon promo, but it's Japanese exclusive. Which means that if I would find this in the States, it'll probably be more expensive than it actually is. And I was like, damn it, dude. I was like, I gotta buy it. So I ended up getting it. Also, by the way, conversion rates really helped here. Because it was like for a certain amount of yen. And I was like, well, the dollar's really strong right now. So technically, I get like a 30% discount on this thing. So I might as well get it right now, you know? Yeah. I ended up getting this Umbreon Eevee poncho. I've now shown it on stream, so it's tax deductible, right? Is that how that works? Kidding. So I ended up getting that, which I thought was really cool. I added it to my collection. I'm just really excited that I saw this because I didn't know. Part of the fun of my my Pokemon Umbreon collection is that I don't know all of the Umbreon cards. I actually just haven't looked that up. Like, I haven't looked up what all the Umbreon cards are. And so it's really fun to go out into the quote-unquote wild and then see a new Umbreon card and then be like, oh, I didn't know that one existed. I want it now. So it's kind of like a cool discovery moment. This is just me. I threw in a couple fun pictures at the end. This is me, Alex, and Dan. That's me looking drippy. I was like, I look good right here. Self-confidence. Damn, who's he, you know? Got my nice pea coat. I was killing it. This was just a fun selfie at the end of the drunk stream. We saw in a Don Quixote, we saw a Louis Vuitton duck bag. Yep. It's for 1.4 million yen. Just in like the equivalent of a Walmart. So yeah. So anyways, where's so I have the. No, I'm kidding. Imagine. No. Why the fuck would I buy this? That's crazy. I'm dumb, but I'm not stupid, you know? Yeah, anyways. This was, we went back to the pork belly place as the final meal in Tokyo. Because this is about the end. And I ended up getting some more. This is dipping noodles, actually. It's a little bit different. Where you'll take the udon and then you'll dip it into here and then you'll eat it. So good. With more pork belly. I actually regretted this because you may be like, why PointCrow? Because I didn't get more pork belly. I only got 2 instead of 4 pieces. It's like, fuck, I should have gotten more, man. This is like right before my flight as well. So, yeah, and that's my time in Japan. Any questions, I guess? We are now 5 hours into stream. I didn't expect to be talking this much. I have a little scratch in my throat. So I might do census tomorrow, actually. But if you guys have questions, I would be happy to answer. Your most expensive purchase? The Umbreon card by far. Oh, I also got this. I got a little book nook. So you put this. It's like cardboard and stuff. You put it between two books on your bookshelf, and it lights up and everything, and it's really cute. Yeah. What'd you end up getting your sister? I got some tea for her. Some like melon oolong. By the way, TTS is off. It'll probably be off for the rest of the stream. So just heads up. But I'll read it, Toxin. Just heads up for that. I ended up getting some tea for my sister, some melon oolong. I got her like some cookie tea where you put in like milk tea, so that's kind of cool. I also got some infused salt with like chili lime infused salt, so that's pretty cool. Those are all the props I have. So, yeah. For all the shrines you visited, did you see Celebi? I did not. But it's very cool to see, like, I don't know, this might sound a little cringe, I guess, but it was very cool to see things in Japan. I'm like, oh, wow, this is what probably inspired a thing that I really love in a video game. So, like, the shrine for Celebi, it's like, wow, oh my god, this would be where Celebi would be. Like, I had that moment, you know? Did you go to any One Piece statue? I did not, no. Any places you want to revisit? Oh, I'm going back to Nara next year. Like, I'm going back. I think I want to go back to Japan next year for sure. Yeah. You gonna make it a YouTube video for us who miss it? You mean like today's stream? Yeah, go check out the PointCrow Clips channel. It'll be there, most likely. So how was Japan? All right, so let me start from the very beginning. Let's see. What else? Oh my god, we went to an onsen. I forgot to tell about that. We went to an onsen. Which is, if you don't know what that is, it's like hot springs. So we had hot springs. It was me, Alex, Dan, and Doug. We ended up going to the hot spring. They actually wouldn't let me in. Which is kind of crazy. So like, we end up going there and we walk in, and then I realize, because there's a big sign in front, they're like, no tattoos allowed. And if you have a tattoo, show us your passport. Specifically that. And I was like, weird. And I remembered in that moment, I was like, oh shit. Because I forget this a lot. I'm like, oh, I have a tattoo. I forgot I had one. If you don't know, it's right there. It's a little doodle plushie. It's a little doodle plushie. Or not plushie, a little doodle. And I was like, oh shit. So I was like, I don't know if I can go to this onsen, because what I really wanted to was, you know, I really wanted to like relax with the boys, as it were, right? So we end up like talking to the, like, Alex ends up talking to the like attendant kind of person there to like let us in. And it said no tattoos allowed, but if you have one, show us your passport. And so I end up like showing passport. They're like, okay, you know, it's fine. And they look, and it's like too big. Like they know it's like large. They're like, that's big. That's a big one. And I'm like, oh, sorry. They end up after like some convincing, we're like, yeah, we can. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. I guess we can try to cover that. The patch that they give me, like a sticky patch, like a giant bandage, but kind of really thin. They ended up giving it to me to put over the tattoo. And they're like, it was just barely big enough, like just barely big. Because the nervousness that we found out wasn't that, I mean, about the size it wasn't like anything else other than like the patch might not fit it. So we end up putting the patch over my hair, so there's not as much hair in that spot because I had to rip it off later. But we ended up putting the patch over the tattoo, and they let us into the onsen, which was great. It was a very interesting experience because it's like a full, like, all-inclusive spa with like with hot springs, with massages, with like a relaxation. It's great. It was awesome. And I know some of you guys are probably wondering, yeah, we were all naked. So no pictures. I will say this, Doug, Dan, and Alex's, just like, whew, dude, I was like third leg crazy. I was like, holy shit, it's just massive. All three of them. I was like, holy shit. I couldn't stop staring, man. I was like, god damn. Like, yeah, I was like, good for you guys. It was just like, it was very cool, to like experience, because there's so many like different small nuances in an onsen of like, you obviously you wash yourself before you go to the hot springs. But the hot springs are like, they're hot, but they're also insanely hot. There was a sauna and a steam room, and the sauna was 100 degrees Celsius. You heard that right. And we were all like, oh, let's stay there. I think they were like, it's recommended to stay there for a maximum 15 minutes. It's, it was a dry sauna. It was a dry. It was like, it's recommended to stay there for less than 15 minutes. And so we obviously were like, all right, let's see who can stay in there the longest. I tapped out at minute 3 because at that point I couldn't feel my hands, and I was like, this went from relaxed to anxiety inducing. So I left because I sweat all of my like, I was just like a shriveled grape. I was a raisin, I was like, I have no more sweat anymore. I'm just cooking now. So I left at minute 3. I think Alex was in minute 4. Doug was 10 and Dan was 11. Then we ended up chilling in the hot springs. There was one outside, which was so cool. Very neat. We ended up going to a 50 degrees Celsius. No, I think it was 70 degrees steamed, like a steam room, which was also just so hot. Like, we stayed in there for a little bit longer, like around 10 minutes each. But like, I was just like at that point, like, I had no more moisture left in my body. And the very cool thing was, in order to rehydrate yourself after the end of the onsen, they had a little vending machine, as they do pretty much everywhere in Japan. But this one specifically had milk and apple juice. So I had my little juice box after the sauna, and I felt like a king. So yeah, that was the onsen, which was really, really fun. I know. All right, any other questions? I think we'll probably save the census for tomorrow, just because it's almost 5 hours of me yapping straight, which is a lot of fun. A lot of fun. But we'll probably do that tomorrow. Any cold pools to dunk yourself in? No, there weren't any. No. So how was Japan? Crazy. What was your favorite moment overall? I think the Nara, like seeing the deer in Nara, was just one of my favorite things. It was great. Yeah, great yapping. If you want to see a shortened version of all this, it'll be on the Clips channel within a week or so, Did you learn any Japanese? I learned some. I really want to learn more. I think the next time when I go in about a year, I want to... I want to be a little bit more fluent. Yeah. Also, thanks for subbing. I appreciate it, poor man. Also, it talks that I did not read it, but I will read your stuff in a second. I stopped by for streaming a bit, and I was spending time with my girlfriend and recently broke. Oh shit! Time to watch again. It's good to be back. Oh shit! Hey, good news. You've missed nothing because I have been not streaming because of Japan. Second off, I hope you're doing all right. Toxid. As a regular of the stream, I hope you're doing all right. Let's see. So you're planning a longer trip in the future? No, not a longer trip, just another trip. You know. Was Kobe beef worth all the hype? I did not have any. The flight was good. Yeah, I'm so glad to be back. Tomorrow we'll be streaming a census. So we'll create a census for us in chat for you guys to answer questions and just know who you are. Just a fun little thing. And then we'll do an actual like video, I think probably tomorrow as well, where I'm going to see if I can try to make a good YouTube video by random chance. So I'm going to need you guys for help on what to do. Come with your game suggestions and also your challenge suggestions. But partial ones. You'll see what I mean tomorrow. But you guys are going to be very much involved in all of this. So, yeah. Oh, what time will we stream it tomorrow? About 1 p.m. Pacific time. 1 p.m. Thanks for all the follows, too. And thanks for enjoying. Literally, I think this is one of the very few streams where I've done nothing but talk. All stream. Do you see yourself living there? Yes, but I won't be. I like the States too much. I like California too much. I don't even think for like a little bit. Yeah, half of a 10-hour stream, literally though, you know. I just like freedom, you know. You know, I like my Second Amendment. Kidding, by the way. Oh yeah, we can finally do also better stream hours from California, you know. Like I like it. I don't know. Japan's really cool. I like it enough where I would visit often, I feel like, but I wouldn't live there. I feel like it would lose a lot of the magic of having fun if I lived there, you know? Yo, awesome. Thanks for 6 months. I gotta answer your DM. I have not yet. Yeah, like not having to eat raw chicken, you know? Planning on any community streams soon? What do you mean by that? Maybe. Possibly. I don't, if you're, like, chat involvement? Yeah, hell yeah. Tomorrow. Also, public transportation was really good, you know? All right. If there's no more questions, I think I might end stream here. Guys, thanks so much for stopping by. Thanks for being with me. Let's raid. Who is live right now? Tomorrow I will be live at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And we will do a chat census and then attempt to... All right. Oh, Alex is live. Okay, cool. And then we will attempt to create a good YouTube video by random chance. So thanks for stopping by, guys. Thanks for being here and enjoying. I will see you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific time. And if you want to see the entire recap of today's stream, it will probably be on the PointCrow Clips channel, so check that out. It'll be a lot of fun. So, all right. Goodbye, chat. I missed you guys. And that's the only parasocial thing that you're going to hear from me today. I missed streaming, and I missed my chatters, and it was really fun, and I'm glad I'm back, and this was great, and that's it. And you guys are really cool, and I'm so glad that you guys are here, and I'm being a little parasocial now. All right, goodbye, chat. All right, goodbye.